Hello, YouTube cubes. I am back. We're back with more Coral Island. Coral. Oh man, I took a lot to get started today. I had to go to a different Discord. I had to get things set up again. Just everything. It's just my Discord is just not working. So I'm going to, funny enough, the beta one to get it to work. Frustrating. Galka, welcome. If you weren't here yesterday, we were in Guild Wars 2, so we didn't have a part 2 until today. So we're going to be getting to Coral Island. More of Coral Island today. Part 1, not really feeling the game. Feels unfinished, still feels like it's in early access to me. But I'm going to keep playing, see if we can find a stride, something enjoyable. Not really sure. Let me drink some water. Hint, it's not water. All right. But anyhow, I'm trying to think if there's anything else to talk about. No, we're doing part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, the rest of the week into Saturday, unless I feel like this game just isn't delivering, and then we'll go ahead and call it good. What am I thinking about? What was I just thinking? Not sure. If you haven't seen the other playthroughs of the other 4 games, Sunhaven, Kinseed, Roots of Pacha, and Fields of Mystria, there are playlists out there. Playlists are going to change. There's a playlist for this one too. Playlists are going to change because the live playlist is just a collection of all the times I went live. That list is going to be shortened by a lot. Any video that has its own playlist is going to be removed for that one, and that live playlist is going to become unofficial, and the other ones are going to become official. This has been in the works for a while now, and it was planned to be done this month. So that's going to be happening. Trying to think if there's anything else to talk about here. Don't think so. But, yeah. Looks like this Discord's working, so that's good. It says I'm live. Doesn't say I'm live there, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? The other thing I need to do before we get started. I hear birds. The other thing before I get started is to go to my own page and do something I forgot to do. Yes, do something I forgot to do. I muted the tab. What the frick? Yeah, it's muted. Okay, whatever. Anyhow, we're gonna give some memberships. Don't do it. Don't do it. Send it. Send it. Go. Wutu, Classy Cozy Gamer, Kelpie Nixie, Sakura Latte, Callie, all gifted a membership. Get this, I got 5 more. Out the door it goes. Callum, Chris, OG Gamer, Chaz, Stoslin. All memberships. 10 free memberships. Done. For this month. Next month, it'll happen again. Let's see. That should be it. So let's close that page. Done. Yay. Go over here. Do this. Okay. Still adjusting. This other OBS doesn't have the things. My other OBS, the settings reset to factory, and I don't know why either. I'm a little frustrated. I'm a little frustrated, everyone. Okay, now it's just gonna start up. Let me do that one. And then go over here. Yeah, it recognizes, it's so funny, it recognizes OBS is running, but it doesn't enable Steam anymore. The it doesn't recognize that. We're gonna have to do this too. Convert. I'm sorry, everybody. I didn't realize it was gonna be this messy today. But I gotta quit that Discord and I gotta shut off. Where is it? Won't be able to do it with the streamer mode enabled, am I? What is happening? No, I don't know. I need to get it so there it is. Enable overlay. No. I don't want the overlay at all. Because you crash games, Discord, and I don't need you to be one of the suspects. Where did my YouTube go? Oh, it's just hiding. There it is. Found it. Wow. Can I play freaking video game? Oh my goodness, I'm dying. Anyways, into Janther Wilds yesterday for Guild Wars 2. Next week we'll be in Stardew Valley Expanded if you're curious about that kind of stuff. And that's it. Is there anything else to talk about? Now I got this all rolling and it almost took to 1 o'clock anyways. We got started a little early today because I do need to get into Guild Wars 2 tonight. Lots to talk about for Guild Wars 2 next week. And here in a couple weeks. Trying to gauge the community and everything about this release, and it's just... I don't know what to think of it just yet. So... hopefully things change in the future. But anyhow, excuse me. We're on Spring 10, Year 1. We got a festival to go to, I think. I thought it crashed for a moment, but I guess it's loading. And the music stops for that? Okay, cool. There's a festival running today. Consider checking it out. Consider this a peony. There's nothing behind the scarecrow. Good. We're growing a carrot. We needed that for something. Okay. And I can do that. Got it. Alright. A peony. It's not needed for anything. Didn't I need to bring food to the festival? Wasn't that a thing I needed to do? I think that's what I needed to do. Bring some type of food. I have a really good turnip. I'm gonna bring that. If it's gotta be food, the only thing I have is candy tree seed, I think. Yeah. I don't know. Cherry blossom. Cherry blossom. It starts at 9 over here. Got it. 36.50. E for pamphlet. Cherry blossom potluck. I hope my divorce didn't ruin Valentina's perception of love and marriage. Wait, this is your daughter? Mr. Barnes always has fun things for us to do. I just want you to know that your daughter is the most respectful human being in this entire place. Done something right. Time to think of the ocean Odyssey's black roots. What's happening to our island? Oh, just some evil spirits, probably. Making peace with myself was the hardest thing I've ever done. I take every day as it comes, an extra dose of gratitude. Grandparents' farm was neglected for a long time. You should have seen it. It wasn't a pretty sight. Mayor Connor was going to turn it into community garden before you moved in. New errands. 4 shiitake mushrooms for Lily. Look at that money. Oh, I need shiitake mushrooms. Go. Farm. Like they're like, name your farm. And nothing has pertained to the naming of the farm. I should have 4 mushrooms. Shiitake mushrooms. Yes. Glad they had the right menuing here, where I can right-click to pull one. I just can't seem to shift-click stuff into my inventory. I thought the controls were going to be hard to get back into, but it didn't seem that way. Out of my way. We're on a mission. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Keep thinking it's south. It's not. It's this way. What ding dinged? What was that? I heard a ding ding. Oh, well, didn't catch it. One thing we know for sure about black roots was the timing of their appearance. After the oil spill, they suddenly appeared all around our ocean, and effort to destroy them has been fruitless. Start cherry blossom? Oh, I guess. See what's going on here. Is that Lily? She need the shiitake mushroom that I have. She needs my mushroom. Are you saying hi to everybody? You poor thing. It sounds exhausting. Smells good, right? I gathered dried coconut husk for the grill this morning. Been grilling with dried coconut husk for generations. Frank's super excited about it. Not interested in the sack race. I'm here for the potluck. A long way. This must be the kids' table. Candy trees, 1,000 monies. Participation trophies. There's a fish in there. Can I fish? Mr. Theo's finally singing a good song. So good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to do when you grow up? Yeah, good question. But they didn't strain themselves doing the sack race. You included, AngryZorric. We haven't done it yet, have we? Good. Good weather, good company. This is fine by me. I don't crave durian all that bad. As long as Frank here grills enough apples, we are a-okay. Durian? Always a pleasure to spend my spring here. Well, part of my spring, anyway. The wind, the song, the food, perfection. Dish with coconut milk, you'll love it. I'm sorry, I got distracted by just all the crap, I guess. More people told me they saw beavers on the lake. Thankfully, Paul brought his camera. For luck, we might get a picture or two. I should be careful with the worms. Sorry, there he goes again. The tumping is over there. brought little Steven, he would have enjoyed this. Sing along, Zork. Come on, you know the next part, right? Time to absorb the good vibes. Breathe in energy, breathe out stress. Hey, come over here, Zork. Let's dance. Songs Theo sang really fit the move. He's not bad looking. I mean, not a bad singer. You heard nothing. Dang. Better go tell Charles to calm down with the unsolicited doctor advice. You could ruin the festival for everyone. It's nice to see everyone enjoying the festival. Food is way too heavy for me. Say there's way too much food, but I think it's okay once in a while. Cooking is relaxing, but it's more relaxing to sit back, eat, and look at the cherry blossoms. My baby brother Frank is your guy for grilling stuff, a lot like Dad. Today is a rest day for me. What? Amazing, but oh, never mind. Love the food here. Everything is delicious. Mom spent the whole night baking. Glad to see her having a good time today. I think I spend way too much time at my PC. My eyes feel kind of crusty. My eyes feel crusty too. Okay, you can't do anything here. Yeah, oh, you can gift. Hold on. Yes! Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, money! And then something else I got there. I don't know exactly what that is. Whatever this is. I forgot this was a menu. What? I was just thinking about something. In that one. Yeah. So much good food on the table. Maybe I should calm down and save some space. Tumping? Saw Oliver trying to catch a fish at the lake earlier this morning. I think he wanted to contribute to the potluck. So cute. I see you up there. Little spirit dude. Ava's croissant is getting a lot of compliments just for looks. Maybe I should ask her to add it to the menu. Sure is pretty today. Can't ask for better potluck weather. Hey, Zork House Festival. There's more to come. Don't worry. Donate. See what happens. I'm guessing this is like the Lao. Walter, just like our wine, festivals like this are identity of Coral Island. Don't you agree, Zorric? I don't even know the name of your vineyard. Listen, Zorric, sometimes getting to know everybody's tiring, but it's worth it. You're part of the community now. You know, wrap up some of this tumping for Dad. I have seen that word, and I'm pretty sure I've eaten what they're talking about. It's chill here. It's comforting. Hey. Oh, this is nice. Thanks for sharing it with you. You're welcome. It's a Sakura farmer outfit. Okay. Well, this is nice and cultural. Can I talk to you? Alright, Zork, maybe we can chat with people for a bit. Okay, it was just weird that I could leave. Arthur was asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling. I know what he's doing. There was a frog, and it jumped in the water. Mom told me to keep an eye out for beavers while fishing. See any? His saltiness, Zork? Another one gets it. I got some fish, so I gave them to Mr. Frank. Hope he can make Mr. Jim's smoked salmon. No. These kids aren't even stopping for a break. Looks like I managed to reel them into fishing. What about you? Are you fishing these days? Yeah, and it sucks. Practice. What do I do? Oh. Gotta go back? Okay. I'm guessing I have to get less than 30 seconds. Oh, it's a tournament. You just run out of stamina and fall over. I have to do it again? Shit. I swear I'm doing exactly what I did last time. Blast. Awesome. Yeah. To rest or recover? Yeah, Ooga booga, ooga booga, ooga booga. Yeah, I know how the game fucking works. Jesus Christ. I see what it is, but when you run out of stamina, you fall over. Like, where's the rest? The rest is just you run out of stamina, you fall over. And yes, you needed to get less than 30 seconds. You don't hit, you rest, but then you lose the combo, do you not? You know what? I'm not gonna get that pissy about it, but just listen to me. That minigame is fucking garbage. What are we doing here? Why does my stamina matter and it's not just a timing game? What is with the extra on top of it? Have these people played video games? Like, nothing in this game. See, it's already starting. It's already starting. And then people are going to treat me like I'm stupid, but it's just like, just look, it's not fun. It's not fun. If you think that's fun, you're a fucking doofus. God, that's just like, you can be a banana, or you can be the fucking person slipping on the pill, or you can be the person selling the fucking pill. At this point, I feel like I have slipped on the pill. I'm just sitting here. I don't get to enjoy the fucking banana. They sold me the pill. I slipped on it, and I'm just sitting here looking like a fucking idiot for doing it. You either have to eat food. You can eat food in the middle of the race. I have finally found Ling. Have you given diving a try yet? No. There are gonna be some people that break out. Before you eat? What do you eat? Is there like stamina food that gives you extra stamina? Again, no, we're done talking about it. No, I don't want to know because I just do not care. I really don't care. It doesn't fucking matter. It's an absolute atrocity to fucking gaming. I have no idea what this game is. Finally, time for the main event. The soup is now ready. Big thanks for all your contributions. Miss Ross, would you do this honor of the tasting? Yes, Mayor Connor. I would like to fucking be the governor from Stardew Valley and taste this soup first and see what it tastes like. It tastes pretty good because he put a good product in. It's okay. It tastes nothing special with this soup. That's almost word for word from Stardew Valley. Oh, people weren't happy? Good. You're all fucking stupid for living on an island and letting an oil spill fucking not be cleaned up. You fucking sue. Oh, we had to clean it up ourselves. No, you didn't. No, you don't. You fucking sue. You sue. This, like, the story is dumb. I don't care if they said it was natural. Somebody had to crack that baby open. No way oil just starts spilling out into the ocean like it's nothing. Are hyping this for me? Yeah. I think they're like, it's Stardew Valley. It's Stardew Valley. Yeah, sure. I don't know if we'll make it to the third part. Man, that really pissed me off. Fucking, what do we have here? I started a new initiative called Merit Points, a reward system for... I'd like to run an idea about local produce. Meet me at the general store when you have done. The general store when you're done. I don't have the watering can. I have a potato. Like how I lost my good turnip. Where's my watering can? Where did I put it? I'm about to get really mad, and I know I am. Oh, I ran into you again. Get to run around fishing and stuff, sweating off the sunscreen every hour. Got a lot of worms with Archie at the festival. It was so much fun. I like worms. Good. I brought some green smoothies to the festival. I don't think anyone touched them. Oh well. Met Bode. Oak seeds. Hello there, Zorric. I'm glad you can make it. You pulled that out of where? We've recently implemented a system in town to make life here even more rewarding. Let me explain. These are called merit points. You can earn them by completing errands posted on the town board right here in town. That's not all. Attending the festivals, winning the mini games or main events at them, even the town's ranking increase can also grant you merit points. That doesn't make sense, but okay. For example, you, my blossoming butterfly, have already earned, let's see. Yeah, I'm probably at the bottom of the list. 40 merit points for attending the Cherry Blossom Festival. We introduce the system to encourage everyone to get more involved with the community. Over there, our merit exchange counter, you can exchange the points you've earned for various items. Trust me, it's worth the effort. There you have it, Zorric. I'm looking forward to seeing you earn those merit points. Pretty bland, though. Quest. Farming elixir. Mastery in farming. I've seen this system before. The question is, whose came out first? No, it'd be better to go here and look. So the system reminds me of Sunhaven with their system, and then you go buy the stuff, and I can, like, they must have taken it from something else, and I can't remember if this was in Sunhaven. I've lost frames. Okay. What did I just say? I can't remember if this was in Harvest Moon type stuff or not. I can't remember where this came from. There's a diving skill. Do I need this to max out my skills? Your mastery? Where was mastery? They haven't even talked about that yet. They keep introducing items. Fuck me, dude. Sam at the general store. What am I trying to do? Skills. This, mastery, okay. So... So I only gained 1 point, right? That's right. I hate when they do this. Just start at 0. Wait, you did start at 0. Do I only gain a point every 2 levels? It... 120, 290, 490. Such random fucking numbers. Is it because, like... 15? Is that it? No. What? Like, why? They had to come up with that number for some reason, but it's just weird. Everything about this game is weird. Alright. So I need to go see Sam about produce. Oh, man. Pretty sure Lucky has the gas. Huh. Where do you even get artichokes in spring? Zorric, you've become quite the regular. Working hard at the farm, huh? What are these? Again, the writing in this game. See, they're also getting much use of the shipping bin. Shipment is always a huge hit with the townsfolk. I think we all miss the taste of local produce. I just sold you some lettuce, didn't I? Here, let me show you something. This is our import section. Everything on this side is imported. I have to say, it's very expensive to get them here. The shipping costs, taxes, that sort of thing, they add up surprisingly fast. Done my best to keep prices low. My margins are razor thin, but it's just not enough. Any lower will go under. This here is our local section. It's so empty and really sad to look at. As soon as I receive your crops, I put them all here, and they're selling like hotcakes, flying out the shelves, as it were. Well, it wasn't always like this. Back in the day when my folks were in charge, the whole store used to be stacked top to bottom with local produce. It was something to be proud of. But now I have no choice but to sell imported produce only. I'll have to reopen the local produce section, but need your help to do it. The task is simple. You need to ship out a lot of bronze quality vegetables and fruits. I've jotted the exact amount on this note. Of course, I will pay extra for this effort. I think the extra coins on top of usual crop commission when the whole order is filled, What if I just sell it on my farm? 50? Well, that dream is dead. Why can I not talk to this one dude? They forgot he existed. Everybody talking about the festival. Silver Violet. Suddenly fire. Hey, Binary, welcome. The crabs are gone. Well, I wanted to see. Yeah, I brought that with me. So they do bite even in the shallow water? That's gonna be garbage? Okay. What if? Wow. There's oil here. Yes, there is. That is such an just robotic answer. There is oil here. So? Cherry Blossom Festival turned out to be more exciting than I thought. I might go again next year. Diving. Okay. Oh, hello there. I was just looking out to sea. Ever since the oil spill, people have forgotten about the ocean. Actually, that's not true. They still remember. It's just someone else's problem now. Someone else will fix it. Their concern is enough. It's a shame, because we can still do something about it. There's still time. Plus, all the valuable kelp down there is going to waste. Arg! Sorry to unload on you like that. Are you here because of the letter I sent? What am I going to do if this person doesn't work out either? By the way, my name is Ling. I run the lab in town. Thanks for showing up. We've met. Here's the deal. You need a diving suit to get into the water, and I need the right someone to activate my science down there. For now, let's do an exchange. If you can activate 5 solar orbs in the ocean, you can keep the diving suit. Here's what a solar orb looks like. You want to bring your scythe to clear trash because the orbs are most likely buried under. If you're able to activate one, let's assume something happens, because something will. You'll have questions, I'm sure, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Whatever happens, just know that solar orbs are the key to restoring our ocean and healing the sick coral. Since I can't go into the ocean myself, you'll be accompanied by Kibble the bot. You'll learn more about how it works when you're down there. Let me know how it goes. I need to head back to my lab. Good luck, Zorric. Bye. Now able to dive into the ocean. So it's like, I wish I saw what that guy was saying, but you know, F it. Oh, a sea mushroom. like scrap or something I'm supposed to find? Move anchor. You are, Chaz. You're one of the lucky 10. There's something on my butt? This ain't anything? BS. Maybe in here. Oh. What the hell are you talking about? Talking about my stamina running out because I can't find the fucking thing? That was a solar orb. That didn't seem like science to me. Oh, did it open up this? You can exit diving anytime by using the anchor. Press X to call the anchor. Yeah, I realized that. Oh, I was supposed to catch this? Got it. Arrow crab. I realize that. That's why I stopped swinging the fucking scythe. Can you eat while you're down here? That makes sense. Jackknife clam. Something here. Oh. I can't pick up something I already have. Where did I move it? Yeah, trash the wood. Oh, they're different qualities. Oh, it is getting late. This guy's just annoying. So it's just another mine. More interesting mine than if they just put mines in. It would have been cooler to go under the water and find even stuff for blacksmith. You know, you can find copper and iron and stuff under the water. I wonder. Oh. All that trash. There are, I don't see one. See, there's water down here. That's interesting. There's caves underwater with pockets of air. They could have gone that route. Yeah, like combat and the mines weren't necessary for this game, I feel. I feel like someone should make a better Coral Island. That's what I feel like right now. Like, sounds weird, but like, again, there's a fantastic game here, but this ain't it. Implementation is all over the place. They're copy pasting. Feels like it was maybe a game mod that got, I think somebody else said that before, but it definitely feels like a game mod that got monetized and released, but had to be different enough. Ornate coffers are different from the other ones? Shit. Regular coffer. Ornate coffer. Okay, I guess we can check that out. Hold on, what else needed to be broken open? I'm fighting the controls so fucking hard, dude. It's not here. You can't pick up something without putting it in that chest first. Go to bed. plus 10 points. 200 money or 10 bronze ores. That one. Oh, man. It's Scott Oliver's birthday today. It's just in my hands. What happens if your inventory's full? Good morning to you, Zorric. You have a great spot here. Waking up to this every day must feel amazing. I heard from Ling. God, that feels weird. Calling Dr. Yang Ling? I forget how to say this. Jiang? Young? I don't remember. Well, she insisted. Anyway, she said, you went diving. How was it? So-so, like the rest of this game. I see, then perhaps this will motivate you to dive. When you dive, you might come across kelps. They look large, dancing worms in the seabed. Yeah, I got some. I know what kelp is. Characteristic, the one you probably encountered is brown kelp. Looks kind of brownish. The lab can use them to upgrade your seeds and fodder. It will then increase the quality of your crops and animal products. Higher quality means higher prices too. You need to extract the kelp's essence before bringing them to the lab, though. An extractor can extract kelp's essence. Here's the blueprint for making it. To make an essence, you need to place 10 kelp in a glass inside the extractor. Bring 10 kelp inside to the lab and choose which product to upgrade. How's that? Good luck. No, it's this button now. Extractor. I need 20 scrap. So that seemed really cool. Locked away. Oh, I need a coal. We can make a bronze ingot. I can find my coal. And then I want to break that stuff open. Why can't I just hold and click? Ah. I already forgot where the blacksmith is. Up here. Opens at 9. There's the lab. I'm lost. It's up here. I don't know why this stuff doesn't open by 8. What? I brought a turnip. Silver, gold, blunt sword. Upgrade tools. 1,500, 5 bronze bars, 20 wood. Osmium. So what the fuck does upgrading do? It doesn't... Oh, I can go this way. And waste of time. You just gave me 20 glass. Well, I saw there was glass. Okay. I don't know what I was expecting there, but it wasn't glass. But that's what it showed me. Pink variety of gemstone. Bottle essence useful for upgrades. Hold on. How'd that get in there? To make another chest. Who stole from each other? Sunhaven or this game? And who do they steal from? Shit, I forgot what I was doing. Got so distracted by my sword swinging, I forgot where I was going. And why. The lab! Seed upgrade level 1 increases chance to yield higher quality crops. So same thing, but you can do it with seeds. So it is just the mines, but they're using kelp instead of ore. And you can buy the stuff. Process fossil remains. You're welcome. Bode. This one dead? I think it died. We've donated that one. Okay. You can go back to where the animals are and check if they died. I'm not seeing the entrance to that place. Can I get back here? Is it through here? Am I just not thinking? Yeah, okay. Oh, they even have the paw prints. Bast. Imba. Odie. Kit Kat. Omar. Inari. Gary Kunn. Malcolm. Spike Bonkers. Spiker Do. Copper. Oh, that's a rabbit. Getty. Biz. Lindy. Luna. Fluff can't talk right now. Taking a pee. Hippie strum. Trinket. Oh. That's a little aggressive. Oh, is that what it was saying? A lot of dogs for such a small area. That was a nice festival. Okay. What the hell am I doing? It was a bunny rabbit that was dead until I touched it. That's fun, claiming a reward. Oh. Well, that's not going to happen. So... I wanted to see this down here. So it doesn't lead anywhere that way over here. Okay. That's just the southern way in. You can go up on the rock. Let's try this again. Crayfish. Inventory full. Who would have thought? A shrimp travels in schools. Crayfish and shrimp. You know, I usually find those in the same place. Like it's trash. Excuse me. Another shrimp. A tilapia. A big tilapia. It's trash. All right. Okay. Day 13. Bum ba-dum. No. My watering can. Water that really quick. We'll turn in this carrot and see what we get. Done. Unlock sugarcane seeds. Sugarcane seeds. Neato. Oh, I got other spots here. Have I just not walked across to these other spots? Is that it? Why you can't click and hold? I have no idea. Oh my god. Everybody, give me a moment. Just give me a moment. All right. I've used the restroom. And, can I be honest? I'm not having fun. I'm not excited to play. I'm fighting the controls. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Well, I do, but it's not fun to do it. Like, catching bugs suck. It just sucks. Fishing sort of just sucks. Yeah, I'm I just don't know what to say at this point. It's not that the game is like terrible. I think we're just on a streak of just not playing fun things. Like yesterday with Guild Wars 2, if you weren't here, it wasn't exactly the funnest experience either. And this game just flat out feels just sort of half cooked to me. Or they just, what was the title? I think I said it best in the title. I just feel like they didn't care. And they haven't cared, and they're not going to care about this game. There's just so much stuff here that just seems like, why isn't this smooth? Why isn't this better? Like, I like the way the town looks. I like the graphics. I like the way the characters look. You know, but the writing and just the mini games, and just the fact that they're obviously really just copying Stardew Valley. I thought maybe that would have been entertaining in itself, but it's sort of not. half-cooked or half-hearted. Half-hearted is the thing I'm thinking of. It feels like these devs were made to make this game and they didn't want to. Again, it's not a bad game, but it's just, I don't know if I can deal with another 7 out of 10, you know? When I know there's 8 and 9 out of 10s I can go play. I'm really I want to do at least 3 parts, but I don't think so. I think Coral Island it feels like just a mod of a game. Does that make sense? Like, Bell and play Warframe. It might be more entertaining to play something else too. I just feel like I'm sitting there just running to places, and like I feel like I'm just sitting here really quiet too. I don't know if that's the case, but it just feels that way. Space Ninjas! I played Warframe a long time ago. But I'm just fighting with the controls because things are all over the place. This needs to happen faster. I'm on I'm halfway through this season at least, right? And I've only leveled foraging and got a 15 speed increase. I could have got a 5% for double the forage or 10% for better quality, which is not helpful with my inventory being as small as it is still. I feel like the game just is like, things are happening now today. I feel like things are happening, but I feel like my character isn't progressing. Why doesn't this just automatically update? What just happened there? Can I even change? I can, but it's not the things I want to control. Does that make sense? I feel like, I don't know. I don't think that's going to solve my problem here. Allow woohoo. What's usage tracking? Handheld mode, combat mode. Hit to aggro. I'm just trying to see if there's anything here to show backup. Yeah, but this right here is another example. I don't know what they're not explaining anything. Like, even just seeing like on the side, even like adjust the camera zoom. Usually there's some detailed message somehow that says this is to adjust the zoom on your camera, blah blah blah. And as stupid as that seems, like, I understand most of this, but then like combat mode, hit to aggro, is that like just go after the enemy, or is it something else? And then why wouldn't that be automatically on? I don't know if it's supposed to be on controller. It's not buttons, it's functionality. Yeah, that's why I'm starting to look at this stuff too. I don't want to give up on this game, but it feels bad to play. It's probably a good game, but it's bad to play. But I did change some stuff. This is annoying to change the keybinds. See, they even the setup has, like, they know, but it feels like different people are just working on this game every once in a while. Modern Legacy. Is there a way to, where is it? Cut fishing line. Decor mode? I can't find it. Mini game attack. What was it? Oh. Feels much more Stardew Valley that way. Size font, portrait mode, normal zoomed, colorblind mode, colorblind strength, cursor size. Okay. Somebody knows something about this game. Controller over keyboard. Art first or mechanics first? Definitely. Sunhaven was still first, so I. If this game had merits when it was in early access, if that system was in place and not added later, and Sunhaven came out after it 1.0 and then had their merit system, I'm gonna say it's stolen from this game. And thinking about the art style, but lots of indie games are clearly not done that way. Well, here's the thing. Some people want to make video games and they're good at art. They're good at writing. They're good at the other things that surround the programming and that kind of stuff. That's why you see people use the RPG engines, and they're using the Unreal engines themselves, and Godot and that kind of stuff, because it does a lot of the programming for them. However, what they don't understand is it's not going to do the nuanced stuff to get it to feel good or play well or be better without knowing how to go into the script and change that stuff manually, add code, delete code. It's just the way it is with these game engines. You have to have the know-how with that stuff. So with Concerned Ape and learning all that stuff by hand and learning all that kind of stuff, he had the right mindset to go and do it. The problem with that is it's like lightning striking twice type thing. Like, we were lucky to have an indie developer who wanted to learn all that and was capable enough to make something out of it. And the funny thing about Stardew Valley is it's not an exceptional game in look and graphics and that kind of stuff. What it did is it owned how it looked, and then it made it feel a certain way. Does that make sense? Like, it isn't the fact that the sound effects are like, you know, over the top type, you know, stuff you'd hear from a AAA company and, oh, that's a great jingle, blah, blah, blah. It's the fact that they make the game feel good. When you pop a blueberry out, the blueberry looks like a pixelated, you know, blueberry, but it's the sound, it's the feeling, it's the just the whole thing that he got right. He had to go learn that stuff, right? When you're looking at a studio with 100 employees like this and you see somebody struggling with the controls, I cannot forgive you for not having a UI that works with keyboard and mouse with the PC game. Now, I am a controller player. I grew up with controllers. I like it. But with games like this where I have to sort of aim and do that kind of stuff, I like the mouse control better usually, because with the controller, it almost feels like I don't have control. With the controller, if it auto-targets and things like that, that's why it's in there, because the controller doesn't give you that option with the way the keyboard does. That's why when you have cross-platform stuff between PC and other consoles, the console players will win out at the end of the day, because they have the blessing of having auto-aim and things help them out, versus PC players don't get that shit. Or if it is helping them out, it's blatantly obvious and it doesn't feel good. Overwatch 2. It becomes more obvious that we're in a landscape of it's a landscape of uncertainty of, is there going to be enough resources, know-how, wisdom, knowledge, whatever, to get games polished and finished and that kind of stuff. And I think we're just in the day and age of amateurs, where people come in, they're just doing the job. They either don't care or they just don't know how to do it. They put Band-Aids in, and that's what we get. I think it's all because of how layoffs and those other companies do it, and how publishers bully those studios, because they got to make money, so they can bully other studios. Like, the stranglehold of all of the gaming industry is going to come down to whether the kids coming in now are more capable than the ones that came before them. And the answer to that is probably not, because they're being institutionalized to believe that they have to do something a very specific way. With game engines coming out and doing the programming for them and AI on the horizon, we're going to see even the amateur developers get replaced by these AI fucking tools that are absolutely worthless without a human overseeing them every step of the way anyways. I believe the answer to this does lie within AI and helping mentor people into finding good ways to program in other things. Because I think when it comes to polish and that kind of stuff, it's a time thing. It just takes time. And if your studio doesn't have time or doesn't want to spend money on that time, we get what we get today. And this game looks specifically like that, because what irks me the most is that this studio is working on another game when this one isn't even fucking finished. And I don't know what is going on with that, but what are those 100 employees? Is it really HR? Is it really lawyers? Is it really that kind of stuff? We saw the list of people who worked on Guild Wars 2 yesterday, roll the credits type shit, right? The thing is, what is going on with this game? I'm not having fun. A lot of this stuff looks like it should just be overhauled. Better systems have come out in other games. If you're willing to steal and blatantly rip off Stardew Valley, just take their systems. Because at this point, it does feel like a Stardew Valley mod that's it. It just feels like a Stardew Valley mod. I can't expect it to be better than it is because it's not made by quote-unquote professionals. But this game is being made by professionals. Or is it not? Was this somebody's pet project that got bought up and sent out the door? Because that could be true. Somebody started playing around in Unreal Engine and they're like, man, maybe I should, bring this to a company or whatever. Did that happen and we just never hear that story and here we are? I really don't know. But the amount of hype around this game and stuff, I'm just confused whether people know what a good game is or not. Or if the modding community is carrying the torch still. If this was a modded game, it makes sense that people modding the game would continue to make it better, because eventually modded games end up being like Stardew Valley Expanded, where it's still the game for the most part, except they just put a bunch of shit in there, right? And that shit can either be a lot of fun, like Stardew Valley Expanded has been, or it can be just chaos, much like what ends up with Skyrim mods if you start trying to put everything in. But at the same time, there are ways to improve your game and not. If there are mods out there, you should do what Concerned Ape realized and just put that shit in your game. If people really enjoy certain aspects and that kind of stuff. I see you have a lot of options for legacy things. I don't know what that's about, but maybe you can keep those legacy things if people like the old minigame, whatever. But if your systems, like your perks and stuff, are based off those minigames, you fucked yourself. Because that's a stupid thing to do, because if you do have to go back and change something because people don't like it, you can't have it hanging on other systems like I continue to see now. And then when you need to change a system, then you have to change these things, and then it's just more work. These systems have to be separate and synergize. Anytime you don't think something's synergizing well, you can just change one system to synergize the other ones better. But it comes down to what the other systems are in this game. So if I don't like the fishing mini game and I take it out, what am I losing out? In Stardew Valley, when I get the perks, it's about the final product. It's about will I get a treasure chest this time? Will I get a higher sell price for fish? That kind of stuff. See, those are perks that work on their own. Because even if I change the mini game, no matter how I change it and how people are catching the fish, those perks live in their own little system. The thing is, I don't know with this game because we're never going to get there. I just feel like this is why people, like half the people quit the fucking game. And don't get the achievements. In fact, I don't want to start getting achievements because that means I'm going to have to put 70 hours into the game. And if I get a game-breaking bug, then I'm going to be stuck with like 11 achievements out of the 50-something that they have, and I'm going to be pissy about it. Their Kickstarter just blew up, I think, because they did so well with that. They had to provide a lot more than they originally intended. Then publishers came in and forced them into 1.0 way too early. Yeah. Money, money, money. Man, look at all these people want to back us up. Look at all this money. Man, but this publishing stuff, we don't know how to do. They went to professionals who knew how to take advantage of them. Yeah, absolutely. I can see that 100%. And if that's what's happened, they fucked themselves. It just, but that's, again, that's amateur. That's amateur shit. Do not just go off and have a publisher. Concerned Ape went under Chucklefish. Remember that? And Chucklefish turned out they weren't treating their people so well, and other issues. But he needed their help because it gave him access to people that knew how to do things with the engine and stuff for Stardew Valley, and allow multiplayer and stuff like that to come out and to reach more people and a wider audience. But now, no longer under Chucklefish's banner. Same thing. ArenaNet was being published by NCSoft. Not anymore. They published their own game. Are they still under NCSoft's banner? I think so. I don't think any of that's changed. I'm pretty sure they are the NCSoft West now, but it's just called ArenaNet. But at the same time, publishers, they want their money. They want their money. And that's because usually publishers are owned by investors or stockholders of the investors of stockholders is how I should say it. But sometimes it's bigger companies that like to buy up publishers to then control studios that try to create this sort of money mountain where they shovel money from the bottom up, and what happens is the big investors at the top continue to make millions and billions or whatever, while the people down below, they can just sort of fade out and you can replace them just to keep the pile growing. And I can completely see that happening with this game. This game is only good at best, and it's just a struggle to play. It reminds me of like going and picking up a PlayStation game back in the day and seeing it just being bare bones of a game. Back in the day, though, like, you know, that's the way it was. And then as technology has changed and better games have come out, there's expectations of the game industry. And again, like a lot of what I hit on these games is that stuff. It's the expectations of, you know, how to make a good UI and that kind of stuff. And then it's like, it's really becoming obvious that the game industry is lacking in ability and knowledge because the technology is either moving faster than they can learn it, or it's too expensive to get into. And that's a common thing that's happened to a lot of industries. You know, it happened to tech, it happened to the health industry, it's happening to the game industry. You see it right now. It's even happening to restaurants and things like that. You got these big guys moving in, and now when you come in, like there's pretty much a kiosk. You don't even need a waitress. You just put the stuff in there, and somebody eventually brings your stuff. Things like that. They're just learning this from other countries like Japan and stuff, and then just implementing it in their own way that's cost effective. AKA, I don't have to pay somebody else. That's just it. It's expensive to pay employees. And I don't know. But again, I don't know if that's what's hurting this game. I really don't know what's going on in the background. They're still working on it, but I don't know what I changed. Yeah. But again, I'm just not having fun. The problem is also there's like no music to this game. I need some noise. This keeps the noise? No. Like as soon as I go into a menu, the sound stops. But yeah, you can make all this better. I mean, they're already better games that do it better. You know, like oh, so there's something there. I can break it with a bronze pickaxe. Stumbled upon that because I'm not thinking. Wait, yeah, some of these I can't do, right? Extra chance to double item. I don't know how I just did that. Anyhow, the music stopped. God damn it. All right, we'll put on some other music in a different game, I guess. Just happened. It's just, man, and this game is so rough on startup and exit. Let me go ahead and do the exit interview to this. I'll probably never play this game again. Like Blueprints, I might go back to that game later on my own. You know, Fields of Mystria, absolutely. I might jump back into that, take a look around under the hood a little bit more. Roots of Pacha will be coming back to the stream. Man, that's just a sucky way. I just don't want to end the Stardew Valley like event this way. So, what? No, it's only going to be 2 parts because yesterday we had Guild Wars 2. I'm just not having fun. It just feels stale. I don't know. You got to do the festival and then you got to do the mini game and then it's like, oh, but you don't have enough stamina. Like that's gonna keep happening. Guaranteed, that's gonna keep happening. There's no fucking way that ain't gonna keep happening. So yeah, I don't know. Let's listen to oh yeah. Well, I don't know if it's copyrighted. Let's listen to I don't think it's copyrighted. But I don't think we'll be hit. We're gonna put this music in the background. A little quiet, I'll turn it up. Where'd I turn it down? Wow, I earned that much? Really? Hold on. Hold on. Let's go back to this screen really quick. Game capture properties. This is a game I play as an idle game. I'm gonna fuck with the screen here. Called Chillquarium. Hi, Char. There we go. There's some black bars. I could adjust it and things like that, but I'm not. That looks good. But this is Chillquarium. You like buy fish, you open it, and that kind of stuff. It just has chill music because it's Chillquarium. Oh, it is a little low. I feel like I've heard this music somewhere, but if anything. But anyways, I have all the upgrades and everything because I'm a cheater. No, I just know how to play these games. But yeah, there's even this. This is all the fish. It just recently got updated to a new engine. So there's a couple fish I haven't discovered, but I found the babies. And then there's like a painted version of the fish, and there's like different versions of those fish. Like if I go here to the hammerhead shark, there's like different variants of it. Not all of them have that. Not every single one has a variant, but some do, and then you can get all those if you want a living dex. So, and then there's golden ones. The achievement only goes to the gold ones, so these are all the golden ones I've gotten. I'm on the last fish down here at the bottom, but I need to unlock the painted ones that are missing. And I even have to find the variants to them. So just because I found them, I didn't even know this one had 5 variants. So, but yeah, it's an interesting game. It's buggy and stuff. They're still working on it, but the dev is very passionate about it. There's a bird version of this coming out if you don't like fish. So yeah, there's also rainbow that are extremely rare, but they don't count towards any achievement or anything like that. They just do rainbow things. And they just recently upgraded the graphics and stuff. This engine is closer to where Balatro is, so they admitted that they stole some of the graphic ideas from that, but it's made the game better overall and performance better. So I don't know what the chance for these to drop, but it's got to be extremely low. The amount of cards and stuff, the cards for the fish, the amount of them I had to open for this kind of stuff. But I'm just explaining this game a little bit because you probably see me get achievements and stuff. But it's just an idle game at the end of the day. Each of these fish takes so long to grow up. So like the original goldfish only takes 5 minutes, and then it gives you 2 cents per day. But you can sell it for 5. And then as we go, like this fish in the next tier is 30 minutes, next tier, hour, 4 hours, right? All the way to 11 days real time. They gain experience every second. 1 experience every second. If you feed them, they gain 30 experience at a time. If you have full upgrades, so you can upgrade your fish bait to give more experience. But yeah. And that's pretty much where I cheated. But I just turned on an auto clicker, toggled it. You can also alt tab it so it just keeps dropping. Like if you hold left click and alt tab out while dragging your mouse off, it did that. The dev knows that exists and actually accidentally fixed it and then is looking to unfix it. If not, they've already done that because they also understand people just want to get their achievements and go. But the whole point of the game is just to be this chill idler game. And I found it very entertaining. So yeah, these effects are new and it's actually a lot better because it's easier to see. But yeah. Oh, it takes a while for the effect to disappear. I didn't realize. If I go like this. Yeah. But yeah, it's really rare to get mythic ones, and then the painted ones are rare and stuff like that. You'll have to go through a lot of fish. I use the auto clicker to open up the stuff. But anyhow, yeah, what do we have here? A bunch of golden freshwater because I have extra room. Yeah, and then in the tank you can see where the fish are, how much you make per day, that kind of stuff. It's a very interesting game. Chillquarium. If you've been seeing it, you now know if you want to buy it or not, probably by seeing what I have here. But it was fun. It was a nice creature collector type stuff too. This is a living dex, by the way. Living dex because of that. Because of that's what you do. I don't know what I was trying to say there. I lost my train of thought. But anyhow, yeah, these are the giants of the sea. And then these are just peculiar types of fish. Graphics, you know, they're not incredible and things like that. Again, some of these fish aren't done growing. And then I can feed them. Yeah, eat up. Eat up. Where's that other one? There it is. The big ones don't eat the food, only the little ones. But you can eventually get them all into the same place. And if you have like a bunch of the same fish, they tend to group up into a school of fish too. It's actually pretty interesting. It's such a simple game. But anyways, that's what's going to be running in the background. Melvor idle lately? Yeah. Yeah, you told me about that before. I just haven't had time for idle games because of, you know, all the stuff we've been doing. Well, that's a little sneak peek at that game. I don't think I can restart without a hard reset, and I went at hard reset the Chillquarium without getting all the achievements first. There's 3 achievements left. Why is this yelling at me? Okay. Let's talk about the reviews really quick and give it Coral Island a look at and see if other people the 8-Bit Adventures 2 people are making another game. Infinite Alliance? Wait, that's a different game. Somebody else is making that. Oh, it's a rich crossover event. Oh. They're doing 8-Bit Adventures 3. It looks like. There you go. That guy really likes the stuff he's working on. I'm not gonna get 8-Bit Adventures 3. The writing almost killed me. Hopefully Beloved Rapture. The writing is tolerable. Alright. Chillquarium. I'm only missing 30. No, that's not the one we're on. Magic Cup return. Are we winning, Cole? I'm about to go through my pissiness of Coral Island. While this music is playing. Okay. There's mermaids in Coral Island as well. See, there's like a big story in Coral Island. 51 achievements, my fucking ass. I don't know if anybody else I know has been playing Coral Island. Falsey played it. But how many hours? How many hours, Falsey? Let's go down to the reviews. Okay, well, June 4th. Today, this person posted 106.6 hours. Copy paste Stardew Valley review. I was playing to get to the next thing, not for the sake of playing. If you want the reward of planning production lines, there are plenty of factory management games. If you want the reward of hard day's work, furiously clicking, here's the game for you. I don't care anymore. I'm dropping it. I don't want to wait another year to get the one item I need to complete a task. I don't even want to bother cheating the item in. I'm done. I don't know why I bothered. I kept wanting it to end, but it wouldn't. I figured just a few more hours and I'd get to the end, but it kept going. I am defeated. Jesus Christ. 106.6 hours. This guy tried. This guy tried. Was this helpful? Yes. But it was more funny. But it was helpful. You know, literally nothing. If you play Stardew Valley, I don't see a reason for you to play Coral Island unless you really love the graphics myself. But this person looked like they were trying to complete the achievements, maybe get some things unlocked, and it just... It just, I guess it just never gets better. Is there not sprinklers and stuff in the game? See, another person, 10.5 hours. If you enjoy Stardew Valley, DDV, Palia, and other similar games, this is for you. The graphics are beautiful and the game is fun and cozy. Is that a paid for thing? Like, just go play Stardew Valley. I've never played Palia. All right, we'll look at the positive ones. 194.1 hours. Really pretty graphics and lots of content to explore. 155 hours. Best game. 3 hours. It's like Stardew Valley had a baby. It like Stardew Valley had a baby. Stardew, not capitalized. Palia is all right. I've heard things about that game. There's a reason you're not going to see that on stream. We're not going to get into that. 167.6 hours at time review. It's hard not to notice the influence of Stardew Valley and Coral Island. Nevertheless, the makers of the games have done a phenomenal job making this game similar and yet still unique, and in my opinion, a little better in some ways. Tons of content. I'm just about to start my 3rd year, and there's still plenty left to be done. Plenty of townies with the unique and fun personalities, and a flexible day length modifier and the options to either speed the year along or give you more time to explore. I did not see that. Was that in there? I didn't see that. To give you more time to explore around town, make this a fantastic farm sim worth the time of anyone into the genre. If you've played Stardew to death, I'd highly recommend this game. If you've played Stardew to death, I do not recommend this game. Do not go to this one. No, no, no. Go to Fields of Mystria, Roots of Pacha. Go to those first. I like earning skins from gameplay. I enjoyed it, except there are no cosmetics that aren't cash money. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, Palia. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say about the game. If you've played Stardew Valley, if you like Stardew but aren't a fan of pixel graphics, I'd highly recommend this game. Heck, I'd recommend this game even if you've never heard of Stardew Valley. Okay, how much do they pay you? If you don't like pixel graphics, this might be the one for you. I'm not surely sold that the graphics alone would get you into a farm sim like this, but yeah. 190.2 hours on May 10th, this person said, good 2D art, see trailer. Okay, so like the characters and stuff. 3D gameplay, good if one thinks they've had enough of 2D pixel farming sims. Devs are active on Discord. I'm not on their Discord, so I don't know how true that is. They post dev logs each workday, occasionally appear in the main channel to chat, and are quick to respond to any bug and crash posts. Just don't ask why there are so many bug and crash posts to begin with, though. A little sensitive, I see. But why are there so many bug and crash posts? God, man. A wide representation, this is a plus minus. They have pluses and minuses. Wide representation of various races and cultures. Examples include families formed across different races, same-sex couple, blah, blah. What people usually call woke. Personally, I'm fine with it, but I have heard there has been some anti-DEI voices in the gaming industry going on. So for the sake of inclusion, I will mark this as a plus minus with mainly plus. I like representation, if you want to call it that word, but I like to call it variety and variance. You need that in video games. You need different styles from different cultures. You need different looking people. You need that variety, or the game sort of begins to blend, characters start to blend, that kind of stuff. So it's a way to separate, to identify characters and name. Fields of Mystria, you could see my problem with it, as it's sort of, you know, even just the variance was maybe not enough. I couldn't separate out certain family members and things like that, or even, you know, male, female characters that had the same hair color and things like that. Variance really does matter to sort of bring home characters. But after a while, I think Fields of Mystria is sort of more like real world. Like, a lot of people look the same type of thing. And eventually, like, you see the subtle differences enough that you could recognize them faster. The idea behind that is, you know, when there's twins, right? And if you really know both twins very well, you can tell them apart easily. Or more easily, I should say. Usually because their personalities or whatever are just slightly different, but you can pick up on it. But in video games, you need it to happen much faster than that, so there needs to be more variance and that kind of stuff. Most of the problems with Fields of Mystery is the map, and then remembering who is called what. But that's, again, some people are going to pick up faster on it. Other people are going to be like me and actually have face blindness and just be like, who was that? What do they look like? Yeah, so anyways, I'm just saying variance is great in games. You can call it whatever you want, woke, DI, whatever you want, but there's different people all over the world in different cultures, and you need to suck it up and stop being a little crybaby fucking Nazi. 3D art or white supremacist, whatever one you want to call yourself, it doesn't fucking matter, because that's the people who are screaming, oh, it's a woke blah blah blah. You mean they're not white. That's what you mean. And I'm gonna tell you something, white people are very bland. They're just bland people. They're a bland people. They haven't made enough of their own culture. They've stole from every other culture. Everything that you enjoy in your fucking life came from somebody else, more than likely. Another group of people from somewhere else, and they're probably not white. Guaranteed, everything you fucking enjoy. Video games, where do you think they came from? Japan. Japan, the other white people. That's what I call them. We're like the chicken and they're like the pork. In all honesty, like, both end up just being white meat, and they better be seasoned well. Japan is solidifying themselves as the just absolutely xenophobic next group. And it's just like, don't do that. Don't do that. Because when you play a game and it's all just Japanese people, but they're just whitewashed as much as possible, I fucking hate that too. That's why games in like the 90s and stuff had their like trope characters of like, there's the one black guy. Because they're like, man, yeah, these characters are sort of blending together. How can we do this? To America! And they would just throw in some fucking American-looking person or a black guy. Guaranteed. Go back and play those games. You see it all the time. You're just like, where'd this fucking person come from? And in anime, when all the characters are coming out and blah, 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 every time you watch different animes, you see that a lot of the characters remind you of other characters and stuff like that. That's the shit I'm talking about. They don't get away. But then you suddenly see a character with bright orange hair just to separate them out from any other protagonist that's come along. But even now, it's getting oversaturated. So what's going to happen in the future, everybody? Variance. Oh man, there's orcs in my game. People can play orcs in my game, and that's not realistic. Also, they're green. It's the world we live in, and it sucks. It sucks. Man, just imagine just only having cheese pizza every day. Guys, you want some food? Cheese pizza. Could you imagine? No, you can't, because you realize you can put other toppings on there, and there could be a whole different kind of food. You can have spaghetti, you can have a steak, and fucking baked potato with some green beans. You can have that. All right? God, just shut up. You suck. You just suck at existing. How did people suck this bad? You care too much about everyone else, not realizing you're the problem. That guy don't look enough like me. Good, because I need to know who you are. Fucking just Jesus Christ. You ever think they look that way because they don't want to look like you? That you're such a terrible existence that people just don't want to look like you? You ever think about that? That has nothing to do with anything but history. All right? That's the world we live in right now. That guy don't look enough like me is not a good enough excuse for being such a stupid idiot on the internet. And if you got called out in front of it and told, like, to people around you, they wouldn't like you. Because, that's the quiet part they don't want said aloud. They'll do the things, but they don't want people to know, right? Because it's shameful. It's a shameful activity you're willing to do in front of people because you just don't give a fuck because you have no empathy. All right, anyhow, moving on. 3D art is okay at best. I find the player figure a bit. It looks like The Sims. I'll be honest. It reminds me of Sims 3 a lot. The beard could not match the hair. I could not get... I mean, like, which side? Like, my hair is the same color as my beard for the most part in real life. And my beard doesn't just take on a shine. I don't know if it's just because, like, I don't know. I don't know why the art for the beard. Again, it feels like somebody else worked on the game at some point. I think I just broke my headphones doing that. But anyhow, this is highly subjective topic, so I have marked it as a -+. Game is still unfinished, but with the current active dev team, I'd say there's still hope. Examples include story being unfinished at release, and the still unfinished Halloween costumes, TV shows, etc. No blankets, quilts, nothing else on beds, and my spouse sleeps right on top of the bed with every piece of clothing, including shoes on. Oh, Jesus. Dying in the mines, hard sets me to the entrance of the mine shaft with no clinical visits, no cutscenes, etc., despite the devs making tons of cutscenes for almost every NPC. The battle system is a mess, and I don't see the devs changing them in version 1.2. I don't remember which version we're in. I think we're still in 1.1. But I imagine one may also argue that fighting monsters would be one of the one's least concerns in a farming sim, and they do have a point. Why add heart levels to NPCs that might not even appear in town each one? Why add heart levels to NPCs that might not even appear in town once each year? That famous old farmer at the Moon Festival, Judge Ross? And the tourist and so on. If I'm supposed to be friends with them, give me more options to give them gifts, hangs out, so just useless characters. Yeah, it's bloat. They were supposed to probably be something more. She was in bed at crime? I know. Bugs happen every patch, with some bugs fixed. Some more are introduced. Some significant ones that may or may not have been fixed include fruit trees will disappear if I load a save from day 1 of each season. To avoid this, I have to consecutive play through day 28 of last season and day 1 of the new season without loading saves, and I may only be able to load a save at day 2. When I marry, I am automatically counted as out of home for the entire day and will be charged a fee for passing out in the wilds the next day. What? So you get married, you pass out, and then you're charged money. Wow. That seems terrible. Spouse randomly walks to the second floor instead of sleeping in beds at night. Spouse disappears from existence if the bed is placed in the wrong way unless I restart the game. The pin showing my position when I dive disappears after a while. I have no clue where I am in the sea. Something might be spoilery. Occasionally soft locks the game when I go to descend. This one seems to have been fixed though. To access another place is blocked by an invisible wall despite completing all prerequisite quests. This one also seems to be fixed. I occasionally pick up random sea creatures and fruits from the center of my farm between crops, despite that I have not dropped any time before. Memory leaks. Play for 90 minutes and the game starts to lag. Play for 120 minutes, my laptop has its fans roaring like crazy. And so much more. I don't usually care if there is like a few less obvious bugs happening once or twice every save, but seeing one every few in-game days just breaks the immersion and the general gameplay experience. Right now, I'm not even hyped for the upcoming 1.2, since I know if major game-breaking bugs can be introduced in bug fix patches, there's only going to be more of them when there's actual new content. Overall, I would give the game a 60 out of 100 for this game. So that's a 6 out of 10 if you put it on my score. Not an F, but still only a D or C minus, and that's considering the devs being extraordinarily active, running around, trying to fix everything. Could have been a 4 out of 10 or something even lower without them. You can buy now if you still see hope in this game or if you highly appreciate the devs' effort. Otherwise, buy it only at sales or something. I don't know. Wow. But again, I think I've talked about the fact that there are some bugs that have been found. I've heard from some further away from my group people talk about this game before, and just the fact that I think the fruit trees probably affected one of them, because he was pretty upset that all of his hard work was just gone. I still don't remember the whole thing there, but it makes me laugh. He, like, if you've ever heard me get mad, like, he was furious at this game. A lot of time spent in this game. I don't remember. It had definitely over 150 hours. This person 63.8, super addicted gameplay. I wasn't really getting addicted. Graphics are cartoonist in a good way. Relaxing gameplay and music, many things to do. There is some charm to the graphics, I will say that. Progression are okay. Great dev team with the passion, repetitive gameplay, but somewhat fun. In-game event. So there must be just a small team still working on this game. They released it, it's not finished, and a small team is continuing to work on it to get it to a respectable spot. But I don't know. In-game event are fun, highly customizable in every aspect, but most impressive is your home. We never got there. Cons, still not full game. Waiting for new content. Sometime NPC bug. If you're looking for a relaxing game, buy this game. If you like Harvest Moon Stardew Valley, buy this game. Score 8.5 out of 10. If you like Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley, go play those games. And wait to see if this game ever comes around. I've sunk 136.7 hours. I've recommended. I have sunk so many hours just chilling in this game. If they keep up the updates and listen to the community, then it'll be one of the best farm sim, life sim games out there. 101.6 hours. I have a genuine weakness for the style of the gameplay loop. It tricks my brain into feeling accomplished by providing constant busy work to do. At some point, the wool slips off and I see whatever. Worthlessness in everything the game asked me to do. That being said, it got me for 100 hours. If it's what I needed at the time, I'll probably play it again. It is a lot of content and has been a pleasing Disney aesthetic. Is that like DreamWorks Valley? Is that what it's called? I have not played that game, but I have seen it. Last I played in November, December 2024, there was a game-breaking bug on Steam Deck. The game would crash when meeting the Mermaid King. Oh, spoiler. And I was unable to progress without playing past the part on PC. Dreamlight Valley? Yeah, that seems right. DreamWorks Valley? What did I say? Because that's what... I don't know what that game is. It really looks like you're just wandering around doing, like, stuff at Disneyland, meeting the Disney characters. It's a surprisingly well-made Stardew-like. Even has features I wish Stardew had. Dang! Can you marry the Disney characters? Is it a fanfic that Disney just greenlighted and didn't realize? Is it fan fiction? Well, yeah, it's Disney. You're paying for the name. Well, Dreamlight Valley isn't much of a name, but Dreamlight Valley, I just realized Stardew Valley's Dreamlight Valley. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they stole. I wouldn't be surprised if they stole too. Concerned Ape has made his mark on culture. Then I want to find more negative reviews. We've had some the game has kicked my ass and other things. But let's see why this game is so positive. There are over 2,500 negative reviews. Holy crap, June 1st, 248.9 hours, 250 plus hours of playing, gone. Thank you for wasting my time. Yep. Can't have saves just disappear. That's happened to me on Stardew Valley, but luckily I was moved on and didn't really care. And I still don't know what happened to those. I do have backup saves though, so. With two $30 DLCs, I'm not gonna look up Dreamlight Valley right now, but remind me later. 0.5 hours. I love I want to see what this person said. I love Stardew Valley as much as the next person, but this is felt like a blatant ripoff. The gameplay is nearly identical, and I'm pretty sure this makes the same jokes that Stardew Valley does in its intro, beat for beat. A little innovation is all I ask for, and this couldn't manage that. If you want to play Stardew Valley in a vague, bubbly 3D style, enjoy. You found your game. Otherwise, not worth the price. They figured that out in half an hour. Holy crap, 404.9 hours. 285.9 hours at review. So they've played over 120 more hours, or about 120 more hours, after the review. This is a review as a fully released game because that's what the game is labeled as. The game is definitely not at a level I expect as a release. This was on May 5th. I expect a fully released game should be polished and complete. The mechanics that work well in the game and free of bugs and problems. If this were early access game, I would have given it a positive review, assuming that these mechanics were still being worked on, but it's not. It's fully released, and as such, it isn't up to the full release quality. I waited a long time to play this game because it wasn't finished despite being released. Disgusting behavior by the devs or publishers, whoever is responsible for releasing it before it was finished. Steam should not allow this type of behavior. But they do, because they accept the fact that some games are going to be bad. And I can respect that. The market will decide. It's positive because it does have a lot of gameplay that does entertain, but there's a lot of sloppy and rushed programming in the making of it. A lot of sloppy and rushed programming. Pros, there's a lot of varied gameplay, creating the wonderful problem of which task should I do today and which task is most important out of the many I need to do to progress. I didn't really feel that, in all honesty. I just saw like, oh, quest, and I went and did it because it was like progressing story, I thought. And then it ended up being, go do the stuff you're already doing. Go to the mines and do this. Go and farm 50 crops. Go like, I was so disappointed, man. Just like games should be, rather than being linear. You mean linear? Being linear? Lineal is... It's like the same time when people say ideas versus ideals. Listen, there's a reason they're two separate words, okay? But also, I get it. But we should sit on the better word. Ideals, I hate that word. Ideas, I love that word. Ideas, say it, ideas. Great word. Ideals sounds like ideals, you know? Sounds like somebody who don't know how to speak English, right? But lineal versus linear, anyhow, cons. Oh, fucking hell, man. There's a book here. Let's go. Let's do it. The mechanics in the game are just sloppy and badly done. For example, inventory. It's just far, far too basic for what is required in a farming game with a lot of similar, actually identical products. There's no sorting. Well, there's a sort button that doesn't sort anything into any order. It just puts like objects of varying qualities together. That is sorting. I mean, come on, buddy. Coupled with a very lazy product design where all like products, 40 or 50 odd products, have exactly the same inventory icon over 40 juices that with only 2 color variations. Stardew Valley had this problem too. So that pea juice, pea juice, and hot pepper juice along with over 20 other juices have exactly the same picture. The lack of sorting is just completely stupid considering that the player usually put like products into the same bin. That's generally the idea, right? And the sorting doesn't even give you alphabetical order or any order. It does. It's a code order, which is usually better than alphabetical or some other thing because it should be categorized in those spaces. So you can put like 200 being the code, and then 201 is this item, and then if it has another thing, it could be 201A, 201B, 201C, right? Or whatever you want to put there. And then those things would be 201A, 201B, B, C, right? And then when you hit the sort button, all that stuff would come together first, and then 202's item would happen. And if there's no extra, then it's 203, and so on. I think that's a better way to do it because you do get like items together, but usually in the 200s, it would be vegetables, right? It'd be a category of some sort. The qualities in there as the A, B, C, D, whatever. But like, yeah, just without that kind of stuff and that thinking and that foresight and programming it in, I can understand why people get really upset about that stuff. It would be nice. It would be nice to. It would be nice if chess sort of just all were in one place in these games. Like you could sort them based on vegetables. You can like exchange, I guess, in a way. I don't know. But whoever figures out a better inventory UI for Farm Sim is probably going to have a better Farm Sim in general. So, yeah, I'm not going to keep reading about his items and stuff there. Character movement. It's janky to say the least, and you're always getting stuck on weird spots on the map and having to fight to get around other objects or often when there isn't a visible object at all. I didn't really have that problem. I have that problem in Stardew with those little rocks. Once I got completely stuck between two trees. Hey, you know, Sunhaven, I did have that problem. I was phasing into the fucking shit. And then I would just get sort of soft locked. It was nuts. Should boot that up and show you guys. Oh, wait, I already uninstalled it. I forgot. My wife plays that too on Game Pass. I decimated the whole beach area in South Plaza and turned it into a giant pumpkin farm of like 600 pumpkins. On her save file, Chaz? How rude. It's also on Game Pass? Yeah, Game Pass has everything. It's hard to look through that library of games. I don't have Game Pass. I've just seen the amount of crap that's on Game Pass. It's not game breaking. You only lose that day because the game saves overnight, but still irritating. Between two trees and couldn't get out. Okay. Some of the mechanics are not great. I actually quite like the fishing mechanic. It actually feels like fishing, mimicking the tension in the line when the fish flees. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I quickly got quite good at it, even on a low-level rod catching difficult fish. It's possibly better than the Stardew Valley fishing. Nope, would rather do Stardew Valley fishing. No, but the insect catching mechanic is terrible. That I agree with, 100%. Fucking let's burn it down. You keep missing the insects with no clue why. Some of them you're obviously not fast enough for as they fly away before you can get to them, so higher level skills and equipment needed, fine. But most of them you're standing right on them and next to them and swiping at them fruitlessly, but you're not catching them because apparently the game doesn't like where you're standing. A little too high, a little too low, a little too close, who knows? The bug, it doesn't turn green even though you're swiping right on it, or it turns green but you don't catch it anyway. Difficult mechanics are good, but the mechanics where you just don't catch something because the mechanics are too picky on which pixel you're standing on are just plain ridiculous. And sometimes you catch it from a mile away. Sometimes it's closer than others. It's not consistent. It varies too much, and catching boils down to more plain luck than actual gameplay mechanic skill. I played a similar mechanic done well in Pumpkin Days, also not a perfect game, but the insect catching mechanics in that game were brilliant. I have no idea what Pumpkin Days are. But yeah, the bug catching, that's just fucking terrible. 100%. Like fishing minigame, I probably could have dealt with that for a while, but the bug catching just feels horrible. It's no dopamine. It feels like literally just, yeah, you go to one of those coin things and you put the coin in and it drops down. Will I get more coins? I got nothing. And then you drop another one and you just feel like an idiot because you're just spending time and money. I end up being the water bot in multiplayer Stardew for my spouse. Nopamine. Yeah, that's the way to say it. Nopamine. There are just a lot of mechanics inconsistencies. A lot. Problems with quests that aren't made clear. Errors in quests where the information given with the request is just wrong. Oh, God. New features from quests that look like they're meant to work at a certain point, but are apparently implemented at wrong points. So there's a couple more steps before they actually work. Hence, you end up wasting a lot of time trying to do quests that look like they were available, but actually until some other hidden and unknown thing. I noticed that. That's early access syndrome. That's early development where they haven't gone back, double checked everything, that make sure that this is done first before this can trigger, and so on. They instead hard code that stuff on certain days. Roots of Pacha was I think the better way. I'm not sure if it was hard patched for specific days, but it always felt like I was progressing because it felt like that stuff would only happen if I progressed certain things. So those triggers are what allow me to continue to do something in an area. So like by fishing, I think when I was doing the fishing stuff, that led to the spear fishing, which led to faster and better, easier fishing. So also I saw there was a patch. They made catching those legendary, those hard fish easier now, which good, because it was pretty difficult to catch them. But at the same time, we are fermenting fish. You can't stop me. But anyways, that's how I feel, and it's all she does. It's also she doesn't have to make gold to buy all those dresses and housing decorations. Hold on, so you're playing the game for your wife by so she doesn't like to farm, so you're doing it for her to get 600 pumpkins to sell so she can buy all the dresses and housing decorations. Char's spouse yearns for the mines. Hey, that's how you have to play. You know what my wife asked me the other day? She asked me to play Terraria with her. Terraria. You'd be the mine bot? Terraria, yeah. Look, I played Terraria with my wife before. No. No. So like I leveled out the land, I was building stuff, and she would come swinging that axe or pickaxe and just tearing up blocks left and right. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she goes, I'm playing the game. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. Because I don't think I've ever leveled the same spot in Terraria as many times as when I played with her, and she's asking for me to play again. It's like, we need a level ground here so it's easy to get into our house and the zombies can't do anything. And she just comes through, door knocked off the thing, stuff. It's nighttime, zombies are starting to walk in. What's happening? She comes by, tearing up the ceiling. My NPC walks outside because it's no longer a home. There's no door, there's no ceiling. What are you doing? Last time I did Terraria, roommate deforested the entire world. And? Put it on their character, logged out, took all the wood. Good luck to you. Barren land. You can buy seeds though, Char. You could always buy more acorns. It was always an option. Plant everything. If they like to deforest, you like to forest. We did. You planted it, they saw that little oak sapling, they're just coming through. They're like on a lawnmower. We needed the money for other things. Not if you need wood. And you need wood in Terraria. You need lots of wood. I guess you can also find wood in the mines. There are worlds, like seeds specifically, to like put you in, like, it's all underground. Or there's a seed I wanted to go back and play where it starts you at the bottom of the world. So you start in hell and you have to work your way out to the top. Like the game gets harder as you go up versus when you're like working your way down. And it's harder to go up in general, so. Yeah, lots of special seeds. I did the one, I think I did one of them specifically to unlock an achievement that was, like, it was all queen bee type stuff. Like, the world was pretty much just beehives. And that world is terrible. But I brought in my mega amazing awesome character that we did when I was trying to do the, not hard mode, but expert mode. And I just wasn't having fun. And then I went and got my overpowered character and just started whooping up on everything. That game actually still got pretty difficult in the expert stuff. But, yeah. Oops, all bees, yeah. What else? What else does this person say? Generally, we just click once on an item to use, but in the mines in particular, we need to click on the sword twice to actually choose it. Really, I don't know what that means. Really annoying when the enemy comes up to you and you quickly click on the sword to fight, then wonder, oh, clicking on it to use it and then swing. Got it. Didn't have that issue because I used the mouse wheel. The inventory consistencies were just one left click to move an inventory pile into the chest, but the reverse is the middle mouse button. Oh, yeah, I noticed that. Sometimes to remove the dialogue screen, it's actually left click. And then a lot of the other times it's right click. So sometimes I'm clicking right click. Again, it's just that kind of functionality that was really starting to bother me. So to quickly move something from the chest, I needed to use the middle mouse button. Inconsistency. You can't have that. Nope, that's polish. That's polish. So I could shift click my inventory to throw something into the chest, but if I tried to do the same thing, it just picked it up. But you can also replace things. I don't know if, again, I don't remember if I saw a way to change, but no, because it would change functionality from your inventory in the chest. So how would you get that to line up? Like, why would the player have to do that? That's wild to me. Yeah. I waited a lot of time to play this game. This game was rushed out of early access into full release far too early, way before the basic content was even close to being finished, and that was quite some time ago. So it looks like they aren't intending to bother fixing those quality of life issues. It should still be in early access, in my opinion. The game still isn't completely finished, and the usual quality of life stuff we should be expecting of a farm game in 2025 is basically non-existent. The varied gameplay created for this game is good, but it's really not implemented well. I suspect it was rushed out to get the game out, and they just only did bare minimum inventory gameplay, adding in an extremely bare inventory system that was just ridiculous, tedious. Okay. The guy was really upset about those items. I'm so used to it now that it doesn't even faze me. All these things point to very lazy, unthoughtful, rush quality of life mechanics that could have been fixed, but never got fixed. Probably because they haven't even finished the game when they released it. The plus side is that there's a lot to do. Kudos for that, but the basic mechanics need a lot of work. They should be a lot better for a fully released game, but okay. A lot of the same stuff. Someone else might have a positive review for one of the basics. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. I'm just organizing things. My wife still has to work today, and she's obviously hungry, and she was going to continue to work. Don't make sense to me. Make it make sense. Too hungry to work, and I'm mad about it. 161 hours. We're getting Taco Bell. I like the game a lot, but the GUI always feels very unintuitive. For example, to dump everything in a chest to your backpack, which you do multiple times a day to collect items for the auto collector for your animals, despite the dump to backpack button being right to left of the items of the list, you cannot just press to the left and reach the button, and you cannot assign a hotkey to dump to the backpack. You have to press up, left, down to get into the right mode of the GUI to reach the button that was put there for convenience. Appreciate that there's a lot of quality of life type items and concepts, but the execution is often just sloppy, which makes it not quality of life. Do not confuse functionality with quality of life. Okay? When you get into a car, if you have a button that opens the door before you get there, right? Or unlocks it even, that's quality of life. To open the door, if you manually have to do it, that's functionality. You have to open that door to get in the car no matter what. If I press a button and it opens the door, that's quality of life. Because I don't have to actually touch the door to open it, right? But if I go up, press the button, and all it does is pop the door open, but it's still latched, and I have to pull it open, that is not quality of life. That is just functionality poorly implemented. Implemented. Can you have some Cinnabon balls? Ooh woo. Char, you can have whatever balls you want. I mean, I don't know why you're asking me for permission. You can have whatever balls you want. Is Cole still here? I hope Cole's still here and heard that. Because he would love to see those balls in your mouth. That's an inside joke from the Guild Wars 2 fam. Down. What did that just say? I'm a what now? Steam is not working for me today. I already bought that game. Like, it's not even on my wish list. What about tuna? We don't talk about the tuna cans here. Aw, shit. 25.8 hours. Just feels so lonely playing this game. Can't find any of the characters. There is just no connection with them. I like how big the map is, but it's just so much running around, and I played this game so long ago with the first release, and it just feels the same. I don't know. Sorry, wish I could like it more. That's all one sentence, but it's really not a sentence. There is a comma after just feel so lonely playing this game, comma, and everything else is a run-on with no punctuation. 126.4 hours, 124.3 at the time of review. Gameplay totally nice and good, but bug everywhere. Stuck in inventory or watching TV, etc. that made me need to force stop the game and play again for the same day. I think I've heard of this, but I'm not sure exactly if that's the same thing. 1.5 hours, this person said, I can't get past the character customization part, and I met the minimum system requirements. Good character customization, I guess. 97.3 hours, I love this game and sank 97 hours into it for my save file to corrupt after a patch. The game is great and so fun, but if I could go back, I'd wait for the full release before starting this game. Because of this, I can't recommend it in its current state, but I really hope to be able to change my review after the full product is out. I got some bad news for you. This is the full product because you put this out on May 19th. Hold on, let's give her... I'm gonna give an award. I've never done this, but isn't there one where it's like an airplane going over their head? Which one is it? Da, 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 da. Hey, where's the ones that people always gift me? Like Jester. Oh, there's Jester. Mind blown. I have 120,000 Steam points. That's $1,200 worth of Steam points. Oh no. Oh no. Bug everywhere, yeah. 106.6. Okay, we already read that one. 90 hours at the time of this review on May 20th. Glad I got this game in a giveaway because while I'm enjoying it for the most part, it has significant and numerous bugs, which the developers and support staff are seemingly doing nothing about, while pretending we should contact them for support and fixes. I'll save you time. The only fixes are to back up to a previous save, or for some smaller issues, quit, reload, and just hope it fixes itself. You can lose major progression and resources, and they'll do nothing. Also, the NPCs are either obnoxious, silly, or flat. Interacting with them is an unpleasant experience for me. The other game concepts are at least mostly decent adaptations of the genre's better qualities. When they function properly, that is, or I wouldn't bother with it at all. I mean, yeah. The reason why they may seem obnoxious, silly, or flat is because the writing isn't good. Characters themselves, they seem thought out. Just the writing around them just seems weird. Almost like something else is writing it. I don't want to accuse them of using AI or just something. It just feels robotic. Or it's a very amateur way of writing, much like how I write things. If I see that and just and ... in a lot of places, stop writing that way. It's not good writing. You can get away with that on Blue Sky and that other Nazi site or whatever, but like, and Facebook and social media and stuff, but like, you're not gonna get away with that in a completed game. Like, the problem with 8-Bit Adventures 2 is that the writing was too casual, and it like we were reading the script to a television show or a movie, and none of that needed to be there. In a video game, the characters should talk as though it's a memory, and we're sort of like telling a story, right? When that happens, the characters need to be precise in what they're saying, but still able to deliver in a certain way their personality and things like that. Again, Fields of Mystria did it so goddamn well. I loved reading the dialogue in Fields of Mystria. It just felt smooth, and then it felt like that character would say that. In this game, it just feels like they are true NPCs. In an old school retro game, when I walk up and they say, "Man, the festival yesterday was nice," which can feel alive. But so many of them were saying that it didn't feel alive. The festival was not that great. You know, like, I don't know. Fields of Mystria, like, the NPCs that were like, "Man, I really love the market." They were talking about the market before we even got the market. They obviously liked the market. So that's why they're talking about it too. I noticed that too. A lot of them like to stay on their subjects, the things they liked or disliked or whatever. So anyhow, 142 hours. This game wasn't ready to be sold yet, not for the price anyways. So many bugs and so many half-done features. Was a lot of fun, but can't recommend it to others. So it looks like some people do put in about 100 hours in this game and then quit, which, you know, again, I think a lot of the charm is in its sort of art style and things like that. But with the bugs and stuff, it really does seem like people are sort of just shutting it down. So, and I think a lot of the positive reviews just want the game to be successful, which is honorable, but at the same time almost not truthful. It's what the game is. It is not our job to make a thing successful. It's our job to invest in the success. And allow it to continue to be successful, if that makes sense. Buying pet rocks just means more pet rocks are coming down the road. You know? Like, we can have products that do something, or we can have products that are just going to sit around and be backlogged, you know? Also handles characters interacting a lot better than other similar games, in your opinion? Oh yeah, 100%. The characters are everything in Fields of Mystery. I really hope they keep that up with the updates moving forward and that kind of stuff. Again, I want to see that game. That game 1.0, I have high hopes for, and that's saying something, because a lot of early access stuff, I'm going to be like, this just isn't going to get any better. Same thing, like Hades 2, as much as the shit in there, I don't like it, it's probably not going to be there in 1.0. But I can trust Supergiant more because I really loved what they did with Hades, and I really did enjoy the final. It was obvious they were polishing along the way, because when I went back to Hades 2, a lot of that stuff that I was stuck on in the previous play, just they weren't there anymore. I even forgot that there was a problem there. But yeah. This game, I am going to go ahead and review this. But it's going to be a warning shot. And that's it. I don't recommend this game. And I don't have the trust that they're going to get it there. Do I recommend this game? No. Chaz, I'm sorry. Your money was sort of wasted here. In all honesty, I wish I could give it back. For a $30 game, I believe you got it on discount, but I would give you your $30 back. So that is why you get a free membership this month. Hey, those memberships are $5. Actually, what are they? Are they still $4.99? I was talking about this. I might actually pull back on the price of memberships. I was thinking about it. I don't know, but I know if I change the price, I change the price of the memberships, it will cancel anybody who's auto doing that stuff, or may even cancel your membership as a whole. So it could complicate things. So I'm not really sure how I should go about it. Because I know when you edit price, it changes everything. Because you have to like reestablish the bank number and all that kind of stuff. Anyhow, Coral Island. This game is not fully cooked. Pretty obvious. The game was rushed out and feels very I don't know. What's it feel like to play this game? Feels very there. That's all I'm gonna say. It just feels there. Feels very there with stuff. What's his issue? Come here. I don't want to hear it. Say hello, Lucky. We're doing a review right now. Say hello. Oh, you starting to feel tired? You don't want me to kiss you? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. And this game is bundled with My Time at Sandrock? Oh no. No kisses in front of people? He doesn't like kisses not in front of people. You want to tell everybody that you had a diaper on last night? And then I took it off and we had to clean you up, but I wasn't going to waste a bunch of wet wipes again. So I washed your wiener and you got really freaking mad at me. But then when the hot water was hitting your wiener, you just relaxed. You want to tell everybody that story? No? We have to put diapers on him when he's on beds or the couch or anything, because he keeps peeing on them because he doesn't want to jump down. You're getting really relaxed here, buddy. You wanna stay here? You gonna rest your head? No? Bye. Where are you? What are you doing? You want to sniff the keyboard? No, that's gonna make you want to get down. Okay, calm down. Okay, now he wants to get down because I moved him. All right, come here. Nope. Okay. Back to the review. Bam. Bo is just sitting in his bed. Hi, Bo. You want to come up? Nope, he does not. This game is not fully cooked. Pretty obvious the game was rushed out and feels very there with stuff. I think that's a good way to say it. Functionality of I don't know. Functionality of keyboard and mouse is not consistent, and that's it. Functionality of keyboard and mouse is not consistent, even with the ability to change keybinds. Keybinds is 2-word, not anymore. Keybind seems like it should be 1 word. Doesn't lookout 1 word? Yeah, why would keybinds not be 1 word? That's weird. It's a weird decision by somebody out there, but screw their decision. We don't need a space there. Also, I need more words with Y's and B's. Like bebe and bay and bye. Is there really only like no, it's not 1 word. I guess there's a lot like biographical, but biography. There we go. I knew where'd that word come from. Biography. I cannot think of more words with B and Y in it. That's terrible. B and Y. B and Y. Like baby, bay, biography. Babylon would work. But that's just baby again. That's not a word, Char. If it is, that's a crazy word. I'm gonna hold that in my... Boy! Yeah, boy! I feel like there's more words. Well, we're just thinking of like little small words. And of course, that's how that works. Anyways, this game's not fully cooked. Pretty obvious the game was rushed out and feels very there with stuff. I can't say that. What's it feel like to play this game? Feels... I don't know. Feels buoyancy. That's a word. Abyss. Yeah, there we go. Now we're getting some words. Foodie. That's a good word. Okay, somebody looked up a Google. Pretty obvious the game was rushed out and feels very there with stuff. What's very there with stuff? Like, I don't know a good way to describe how it feels to play this game. I don't. Feels rushed and feels... I'm going to say incomplete. Because I think that's the feeling. There's stuff to do, but it doesn't feel like the stuff is fleshed out. Or not fleshed out fully. Graphics... pretty great. Along with the other art. Nice looking. No, I want to say something about like the island itself. Island looks interesting. No, you know what? Let's not say anything about the island. Graphics pretty great along with the other art. Story and characters very let's not say very. Story and characters imitate Stardew Valley very closely. Imitate Stardew Valley almost too precisely. That's how you say very closely. Which, by doing that, by imitating Stardew Valley so closely with how they're implementing the stuff, I want to say, like, it takes away from the uniqueness, which hurts this game's uniqueness. Yeah. Uniqueness is quite a word. Anything else? Just notice the oil rig in the background? Yeah. Isn't that, I think that's from the corporation. I think somebody mentioned that. They hit something and it caused like something to break somewhere, then the oil just started spilling out. But obviously it's more than just oil that's spilt out. So I don't know. We'll never find out. Is that it? Game is not fully cooked. Pretty obvious the game was rushed out and feels incomplete or not fleshed out fully. Functionality of keyboard and mouse is not consistent, even with the ability to change keybinds. Graphics pretty great along with the other art, story and characters. Imitate Stardew Valley almost too precisely, which hurts the game's uniqueness. I think that's it. Buy on discount. Or suffer through quiet gameplay and possibly bugs. I didn't really experience bugs. Just buy on discount. Yeah, let's not be mean. Buy on discount if you do want to play. Better farm sims. No, better slash more completed farm sims out there. Yeah. That's it. Post it. Done. Hold on, I forgot something. No, it's already there. Got it. Now it'll say edited, right? Viewer stats. 7.1 hours the last 2 weeks, 7.2 hours on record. Whoa, that's crazy. Gotta go back and look at the achievements really quick. I found a way to not see them hidden by simply looking at the global gameplay stats. Again, 52.3% of players have done the first achievement, which is harvest 100 crops. So the farm sim aspect of this game just is not appealing. But a lot of this stuff, funny enough, who would do that? Why would they do that? Oh. State of Play? Well, everybody watch State of Play and tell me what's good. Messages failed to load. Love it. Love that. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Yeah, go watch State of Play. But yeah, lots of achievements, 51 achievements again, but they seem very grindy for people because they start to fall off very quickly. Same thing happens in Stardew Valley for the most part, but that game's very saturated. People who've bought Stardew Valley played it a little bit because of the hype. I do think this game is very overhyped in what it's delivering. I think there is a lot of stuff here. Just looking in the previews, at some point you can be a mermaid under the water and farm under the water, it looks like. There's a lot of stuff we did not get to. That was a 1.1 thing. So there's more characters and stuff to meet. Why you would add more content to this game without fixing all of those underlying bugs and things like that, I have no idea. But hearing that the devs don't like that, people are asking the question, why are there so many bugs? Just sort of shows me that they only care about just getting their project done. It almost sounds like the same people who started Coral Island just want to keep working on it and have found a way. That's what that looks like to me. And they have the Discord and stuff. But what's the point of having a Discord if people aren't, like, softball answers or questions aren't going to do any justice to why your game is in the state it is. You have to recognize that your game is in a bad state. And if you do that, that kind of transparency, while it may seem like it backfires, at least people can't say you're trying to sugarcoat, lie, anything like that. When you'll say, yeah, this game needs work. This game needs work. And to recognize that there are bugs and to transparently show that, that's great, but that does nothing because you need to fix those fucking bugs. And yeah, the game is boring in itself for reasons. I feel like I'm just going to be completing 2 museums and stuff. I've seen the stuff over and over, and its implementation, while seemingly okay and good, maybe, the problem is there's so many other things that were implemented badly surrounding it that are just unenjoyable. Unenjoyable is not a word, by the way, but I like to use it. If I want to enjoy something, I don't want a mini game that's unfun. I don't want to have to catch bugs and the mini game be unfun. I like to find myself in situations, time of day, that kind of stuff, to do that kind of stuff. It wasn't that. It was like the bug is there and then would just run away before you'd even recognize it sometimes. Which, that's great. I still don't see sprinklers. Is there not sprinklers in this game? But yeah, you have the mines. It looks like there's 4 sections of the mines that you can do that obviously has its own stuff. There's the underwater stuff of cleaning up the oil and things, it looks like. There's the getting the town rank up there. There's just so many systems, one after another on top of it. It feels like it's taking from so many games. Stardew Valley, My Time at Portia. I can see this shit in the game. I can literally see this shit in the game. The game does not feel like it's its own thing. It feels like a modded Sims 3. That's what it feels like. They took a Sims 3 coating of graphical art and then bullshit you can sneak up on the fucking bugs like that these showed in the freaking trailer here. Bullshit what I just saw. That bug would have been gone. Not even upset. The bug was just like, I'm going to sit here as you sneak up on me. Bullshit. What perk level was that? Yeah, and then there were so many tutorials and stuff just not happening. The game is so disjointed from itself. I just don't know what to say. And it's sort of sad because it looks like there is lore, place here. Again, it's another game I wish that would get bought away from these developers and developed by somebody else who actually cares enough to get it away from where it is. But this is where we're at, where we see like, oh man, that's a really great game. That's a great idea. This story seems cool, that kind of stuff. And you start playing it, and it just sort of sucks to play. And it's not walking around talking to people. It's not the festivals. It's just build a game on vibes. I don't even think that's it here. I really do feel like after reading the reviews and the people that have been there since the beginning, it feels rushed and sent out. And the publisher pushing it out and that kind of stuff said earlier in chat makes complete sense to me. That fucking sucks, and they need to allow these people to come and finish the game. But now they're developing another game because the publisher's gonna need money. Coral Island's biggest mistake was kickstarting. Kickstarting shit, stop doing it. I know crowdfunding is extremely important, but it's just gotten to the point where it's almost like they have to bow to not only their overheaded people. So when they get a publisher, not only did they have to bow to them, they have to bow to the people who expected whatever came from the Kickstarter and that kind of stuff, including not being on Switch and that kind of thing. That kind of stuff right there is a problem with the industry. I understand you need money and investment, but this is the whole point of loans and that kind of stuff that is out there. Yeah, banks are terrible too, blah, blah, blah. I understand that, but that's business practice. You either find a way to pay for your shit, but when you ask your fans or ask for fans to invest, they're no longer fans, they're investors you have to answer to. And I think this game suffers from that too. Seeing that they had to make art for Kickstarter people and put them in the game, it's not a statue somewhere that someone finds or a little Easter egg of that person or eventually a thing. I saw this in Sunhaven too. It's like they have to make this thing out of it where you meet the character and they have dialogue and all that kind of stuff. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Even if they handed you $1,000, that's a lot of work. Because it's got to be $1,000, it's more than $1,000. Whatever they paid you, it's probably going to cost you more to put that in there, believe it or not. In the long run of maintaining that stuff to exist and that kind of thing. And make sure nothing affects it and it's always there because legally binding stuff, because that's what you promised them when they handed you money. Believe it or not, you have to fulfill those things on Kickstarter. You have to. If you put it on Kickstarter that if you give me this much or whatever, or Patreon or whatever, and you do not deliver, people can sue for that money back. And sue for whatever else expenses that are in that. It's a dangerous practice. And it's worked, it's made good games in the past, and it's given people a chance to do things, but you gotta be very careful when you do that. This is why when Cuphead was being developed, those people started, like, their houses were in foreclosure. That's how much they banked on Cuphead being successful. I don't think Cuphead was Kickstarter backed or anything like that. Better make sure before I open my mouth. Did Cuphead have a Kickstarter? I don't know how to spell Kickstarter, I guess. No, didn't have a cut. The developers said they chose not to use crowdfunding for the game, instead relying on Microsoft, who provided them with funding and support. Finding an investor is what they did. Wow, Microsoft really took a chance there. I wonder if they had some like which is interesting. So I understand, but also publishers are greedy motherfuckers. They always are. Even Humble Games is going to be a greedy motherfucker. It's all about them getting their investment back. That's it. And making their money and that kind of thing. Not every publisher is that way. Or investor. Some expect the loss, or some expect things to take a long time to cook. This game on the Unreal Engine man, with the Unreal Engine, you have to know how to program it. You have to know that. There are so many models and graphics that I see here and so much of this stuff done, like the mechanics behind the stuff. It's just disappointing to know that it's so buggy and stuff like that. I'm glad we didn't find into the game breaking things and stuff like that, but I just cannot give this another part. I just can't. But the problem with this game is much different than what we did with Sunhaven. Sunhaven, it was pretty obvious it was a cash grab probably by the beginning of part 2. That's why I just went full on achievement hunting. Because we already got achievements and that kind of stuff. Yeah, it just... God, and that game stole so much and just did so many bad things. I will say Coral Island would probably be the thing to tough out the most when it comes between those two games, because Coral Island might get fixed. I don't think Sunhaven will ever get fixed. That one, there's just zero trust in those developers at all. In fact, do not buy anything from those developers, that studio. Just, who knows what assets are stolen, who they're not giving credit to, what random person they took the dialogue and stuff from. I don't freaking know. The artwork, too, was, I guess, just fans of the game. Like, people who wanted to be successful. That's crazy to me with Sunhaven. This just, again, just feels like a rushed product sent out the door. I'm gonna have to give it a 6.5 out of 10. Just, I can't. Finish your game. Finish your game. It's not polished. I don't want to go through 2 different types of mines. Just, the Stardew Valley stuff I can't forgive. Like, and I'm sure that's a ripoff of Harvest Moon and probably Story of Seasons, that kind of stuff, because I think that's where Stardew Valley got it. But it's its own. Get your own shit. It looks like maybe 1.1 introduced a whole new story and stuff with its own stuff, but like, man, just doing that festival today, and then seeing like the governor there tasting the soup. Wow, man. And it wasn't even fun. You had a potato sack race that requires you to have much more advancement in your stamina and stuff, or eat certain foods or something like that. So, Microsoft D's. Wow. Yeah, just 6.5. Sunhaven's gonna sit at a 4.5 out of 10 for me. The more I think about that game and those bugs and that kind of stuff, it's just like that game isn't finished, but that's a choice. That's a straight up choice with all that DLC and shit sitting there and that cash grabbing nonsense. Man, so disappointed. Roots of Pacha we will return to. Stardew Valley Expanded, I guess, will start tomorrow. Yeah, we'll definitely be coming back to something else tomorrow. Maybe I'll play some other one-off games. Like Slay the Spire or something tomorrow. When you can release half of one and profit, yeah, it's an industry problem. But it's because of publishers and higher-ups usually that it does that. But also imagine, playing from a AAA studio, expecting a level of content and not receiving it. I could sit there and talk about Guild Wars 2 stuff yesterday for a while, too. It's disappointing to see just what was delivered and then the reaction to it. Like, it's one thing for me to feel like I'm not going to get it. What? It's one thing to, for me to sit there and feel a certain way about the game as a 13-year jaded vet. It's another thing to see players. I put this on Blue Sky. I have not seen the amount of just different players reacting to the content by going, that's it. Like, it's the most I've ever seen in the game. And then other reactions to stuff, to the content and that kind of thing. Is there more? A lot of it, is there more? But I can't be the only person who sees that while playing the game. You blame Nintendo and Pokemon? That's a good company to blame. Nintendo really does change the entire industry based off their decisions. I mean, they come out with the Wii, everybody do motion controls. You know, like they come out with vibrations in a controller, everybody doing vibrations in a controller. They raise their prices on a game to 80, everybody else raising their prices to 80. You've seen a lot of that too? Yeah. Damn. Just damn. You hate to see it, but it's because it's 7 out of 10 content. It's 7 out of 10 content. It's good. But when you're used to great and fantastic, but we haven't seen that for a while either. Is this the new standard of ANET is what players are really asking when they go, that's it? Like they're expecting the other 20, 30% of quality that they no longer going to have. They're used to the Iridium level game and now they're only getting gold. And gold just doesn't look that attractive anymore because they've gotten used to the purple. They literally decided to produce half of games and then release DLCs to complete it. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I don't buy the DLCs for Pokemon or any of that shit. I'm not going to buy it again. I'm not getting the Switch 2 everyone's excited about and that Nintendo can just brick. That seems silly to me. I'm not going to get the Switch 2. I'm not going to buy any more Nintendo games. I'm not going to go and buy a new handheld if they come out with that. I'm not investing in Nintendo. I'm not going to go watch their movies in theater. I'm not going to do any of that. Nintendo has just become flat out just greedy son of a bitches. And not in the way where you just sort of shrug, they're too big to ignore. No, I can ignore Nintendo. Yeah, I can. I can watch them and do their thing and that kind of stuff and expect stuff in the industry now. What I'm hoping is indie developers don't do this shit and we actually get good, finished, polished games. And so when someone buys a $30 game, Farm Sim, and they're playing it and Nintendo comes out with their own and someone's playing that Nintendo game and it's not complete, the frame rate is off and just bugs and shit or whatever nonsense that Nintendo's going to send out, or it just doesn't have the same level of content, that people go, this game is better than yours, and Nintendo's going to fucking hate it and say, hey, we patented that and sue. And then we can continue to say they're the evilest corporation of all time. Because really, suing people for an idea in a video game is fucking insane to me, still. And in fact, I think US copyright law actually does have something in there that people have brought up that you can't do that shit. So that's why they're doing it in Japan, to hopefully change and lobby for those laws to change here in the United States and to go underneath the radar, so all the AAA companies can lobby for more money from us. But if that shit happens, we should actually react with the revolt of I'm not buying your shit. Like, I will wait until that patent runs out and these indie developers start making games with it again. Like, that's insane for something that's been around for 30 fucking years for them to suddenly say, no, that's mine. No, it's not. You don't get a cookie, you don't get a pass go, you do not get to collect $200 fucking dollars for something that everybody now does. All right, the same argument happened back when aspirin was being called aspirin. Like, sometimes just that idea becomes public access because it's so just ingrained in society and you can't claim it anymore. And judges have done that in the past in the United States where, yeah, like when people ask for a Kleenex and stuff, like Kleenex is copyrighted and things, but what happened with aspirin is eventually a judge just had to say, people are going to call it aspirin. They still do it to this day. They don't actually call it the drug that it is. Nintendo can keep it. I already wasn't getting one, but I'm certainly not buying a computer that manufacturer can brick if they don't like how you use it. Yeah, that's insane to me, that they can brick your console. That should definitely be against the law. If I buy a dishwasher and just because I load it up with a generic soap does not mean I should get they can shut off my dishwasher. I bought a car, put in a specific kind of gasoline, even though it works with the car, but it's not the gasoline they asked for. That's the shit we're looking at. Oh, you didn't put in the right oil here. No, I put in the right oil. It's just not the expensive oil you expect me to put in that you helped lobby and manufacture, and you want your money and investment back. Because that's what happened. A bunch of these car manufacturers decided, oh yeah, we need a specific type of oil in a fucking engine. No, it doesn't do any better. You put that synthetic stuff in, it can ruin the engine if they put real oil in, because it's two different kind of compounds that you put in there. That's great. That's wonderful. That's awesome. But somebody figured it out, didn't they? They said, nope, there's a way to make that synthetic oil actually mix with regular oil and not ruin your engine and gum it up. And this is how you do it. And then people start using that oil because it's actually cheaper to use, because it takes less of that higher price $75 compound that they expected everyone to pay for. And that's stupid. That's dumb. It's idiotic. Let me lube my engine the way I want to lube my engine. Like, when you see that stuff, you should absolutely say, that's stupid, I'm not buying that product, because that one feature that you're putting in there is stupid. Amiibos or NFTs? Change my mind. You can't. They were the original NFTs. Look what happened. And people are like, we can use those everywhere, blah, 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 for everything. And then other companies try to pull that shit. The game industry headed that off. I want everybody to understand where NFTs came from. They're Amiibos! Jesus Christ. To use something and then continue to use it in the same video games. But Nintendo can get away with it because they have a xenophobic idea set where only their stuff works. But anyhow, ownership pirating isn't stealing. Yeah, buying isn't ownership, pirate isn't stealing. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of R's going around, let me tell you. Now going to lose them money, even if they win. Yeah, they're like, but the thing is, if they win, it's almost like an investment. It's a loss on the investment, but it's gonna set them up for the future to screw people over. $90 physical games you have to download because it's just a cartridge with a download code. It's crazy. But they see emulators for games you can't even get legit anymore. Flip out. You cannot shut down emulators in the United States. They attack you in a very specific way. Your emulator cannot use their software, and you cannot change the code, software, and hardware or something like that. But what I can do is get a game you've manufactured to run on a different machine. And so therefore emulators are legal, because technically when I buy software of some sort, it's not specific to that thing, even if it says so. What it says is it's a game I can play. That's what you license. I get to play this. No matter what the legal mumbo jumbo says, when I get to a judge, go, hey, I bought the game. I just found a way to play it, right? And they go, well, it's not on our console. The thing is, the judge is going to go, like, people can buy, let's go back to cars. Just because I don't own a car, I can go buy the oil and use it in something else. Right? The same oil that goes in that car. I can buy the fucking tires and make a tire swing if I want to. The thing is, when you start telling people how you want those products you're selling to be used or not used, you're a problem. You're just an evil motherfucker. You want control of your consumers, and you cannot have that. We cannot give control to these companies, because they will continue to wring us dry of our money. They will raise the price. They will DLC. They will find another way. You will buy the next little thing. They will give you another collector's item. Let me tell you something. There are less trees today in the last 10 years than it was 10 years ago because of collector cards. Like, to get the stock and stuff, they've had to cut down more trees so people can scalp the Pokemon cards and stuff that are out there. Did you know that? So not only is it a scalper's market where it's a bunch of people just scamming people, and now those people are getting upset because people have caught on and they actually learned, don't pay the scammers money. That's insane. But some people still do, which is fucking weird. Like, it was one thing when people were buying Pokemon cards and sending it to content creators, and the content creators would, like, show off the packs and be like, this was sponsored by this person, and they open them up. And what it was is sort of like a vanity thing, right? Like, this guy that I know is going to open my Pokemon cards and send them all back. And then what some of those content creators were doing too, that I found out, is that they were actually sleeving the cards and stuff for them before they sent it back as like a thank you, because they were earning so much money on the videos that they just needed the Pokemon cards to open. So other people investing and sending their Pokemon cards, even if it was just a pack, was worth gold, you know? So, like, more and more people started doing that, but as the scalpers learned, if I can get to those Pokemon cards that sit at a certain price, like, it was crazy. Some of these things are like $125 or more a piece, and they would just buy tons of these boxes and then sell them for more on, like, eBay, Amazon, whatever. Insane. You blame Magic the Gathering? Magic the Gathering is to blame. But people, they need their collector's stuff. They need their drama. They need their stuff. They need their nostalgia. It's all poisoning the well and that kind of stuff, and it's getting oversaturated. But the thing is, the more you take the drug, the more you're going to want more of that drug. So it makes more sense that the company gets away with it to the point where the person just crashes, and they either can't afford the thing anymore, or they're just not interested because they had to quit cold turkey because they probably didn't have money. So you have stuff for second edition. I like playing Magic the Gathering, but hated the random booster pack nonsense, and then they pulled the same shit with D&D minis. Oh, by the way, minis, painting minis, that kind of stuff, prices are about to go up. Because a lot of that stuff comes from China. So, yeah, a lot of the stuff in the gaming industry that we enjoy outside of it, the collector's items, the posters, that kind of stuff, clothes even, that all that stuff's going up in price. So in the gamers world, we're going to be hit. Just in general in the United States, interest rates, luckily, as much as they've been fought, are going to go up about 4% this year. It looks like by the end of the year, interest will go up about 4%, instead of the 2.9% that it was projected last year. So great stuff. Yeah. But yeah, we can't let big companies continue to hurt games. Coral Island, another example. Easy to see that this game, obviously, obviously that the studio is not putting their full force behind it, because I can't imagine these studios. They're sitting with 100, sometimes 400, 1,000 employees, and they release these games, and I'm just going, that's it? You had 1,000 people of manpower, and you're obviously not hiring the right people. Like, there is no way you could have that many people working on anything or be involved in that company, and this is what's coming out of it. It just blows my mind. Then you see Expedition 33, and you're just like, yeah. What the fuck? Man, that game looks pretty as fuck, too. I'm just so flabbergasted that you can take a small percentage of what these AAA companies have and produce either the same equivalent product or, like, what the quality should be. Are you okay, Bobo? Are you feeling lonely? Are you hungry? I don't know what his problem is. He's like taking his toys and bringing them in his bed. He hasn't done that for a while. Usually he keeps the toys close to his bed, but not in it. He's feeling a certain way today, I guess. Anyways, yeah. So, anyways, I don't know. I just wish it was all better, I guess, and I'm sitting here complaining. I should have played Coral Island first. It seems. Then Sunhaven, I could have bashed it even harder. Man, I'm so upset at Sunhaven. Fuck, man. Fuck that game. Fields of Mystery, Roots of Pacha. Great games. Go play those. Kinseed, again, doesn't feel finished. But it has a lot of charm that I could deal with. It almost felt really arcadey just to run around and keep digging stuff up, running to places, and that kind of stuff. The Kinseed mechanic in Kinseed just doesn't matter. Which is insane. Again, I got 57 out of the 70 achievement points there, then called it a day. 67 hours in Kinseed. Sunhaven, I put in Oh, it was only 62.4 hours in Sunhaven. Got 91 out of 181 achievements there. Roots of Pacha, we only have 23 out of 62 achievements. So we didn't even get to the girth of that game. We're almost done with year 1, but there's still a lot of missing stuff I hadn't found yet. And I don't know what the next update's going to be. But yeah. So, bye, Galka. See you later. We'll just have to see. Deltarune is now available. Wasn't it already out, like the first 2 chapters, and this is just the rest of it? I won't be playing Deltarune. I bet, like, everybody loves the game. Yeah, overwhelmingly positive. 2,700 reviews already. 98%. Release date, June 4th, 2025. That came out. $25! Get the flip out of here. Toby Fox, you don't need that much money. You don't need that much money. Jesus Christ. Expedition 33. How's that still doing? Overwhelmingly positive at a 96, so 95% overall, 75,000 reviews. Yeah, I mean, damn. Damn. $50, man. Deluxe edition, $60. 91 Metacritic, not surprised. Crazy. Expedition 33 was so good, you loved it. I need a game to love. I need a game that I can just enjoy. A new game. What just happened? Steam, leave me alone. Steam, leave me alone. Stellar Blade is coming out. What's the $60. Complete edition, $80. What does that mean? What's complete edition? The rest of the game? Buy the other one. That's the one with the lower frame rate. What is complete edition? Jesus Christ. They're saying the quiet part out loud with that. But he can't charge it because he's Toby Fox? Yeah, his fans are like rabid, man. Every time someone's crossed the Undertale community, man, they piled on. I'm surprised I didn't get hit when I was like, this game sucks. People are like, it doesn't suck. Ever After Falls. Maybe we'll play this. Farming sim, life sim. There's a giant frog. Rediscover the simple life. Farm, fish, forage, fight to restore the peace in an all-new farming adventure. Split screen co-op, a helpful pet, automated drones, resource. It sort of looks like ghosts attack them. When you haven't slept, the ghosts attack you. Reminds me of Forager meets Stardew Valley. Oh man, mini games where you have to play Guitar Hero. Am I building a rocket? What is this game? 87%, 350 reviews. Came out June 20th of last year. It's about a year old. I don't know how this ever didn't get... Oh man, the picture's way different. I remember seeing that one. Okay. Maybe they got a new thumbnail. This game is a slog compared to games like Sunhaven, Stardew, and Fae Farm. What the hell is Fae Farm? Wait, somebody said something earlier. What was it? Pumpkin something? Pumpkin Jack? No, that's not it. Pumpkin Days? Yeah! That's the game. Is this an adult game? No. It's got to double check. 82%. Oh my god, no way we'd play this one. What the fuck is that? It's only $16 though. Hey-oh. You know, it sort of does look like a discounted Coral Island almost. Wow. Just wow. Hey, made and published by the same people though, so maybe it's not so bad. Came out February 1st of 2021. Jesus Christ, these graphics. I almost want to play it to see if it is better than Coral Island. Oh my goodness. Hey, you can ride on a horse? I can make food. I can place stuff. Hey, what's up, superstar? I am Kane. What is happening? Okay. I wish I could show you guys all this, but I don't know what's copyrighted. Sadly, I have to thumbs it down. They're really bad game breaking bugs. Oh, really? In a game that looks like that? No fucking way, dude. A game that looks like it came out of the PlayStation era? But worse? The fishing, he went boom, and the fish just appeared. Like the rod disappeared and the fish was just suddenly like sorta in his hands. Oh my god. Pumpkin Days, everyone. Fae Farm? I think I've heard of this one. $30 in DLC? The shit? And DLC $45 to get 25% off, huh? Wow. I can harvest everything by using magic. Mixed 67 recently. 79% overall. What's wrong with the game? 75 on Metacritic? Uh-oh. Game is grindy but enjoyable. Biggest problem is it crashes and breaks your save. Lost 15 hours already and I had to recover saves from the file restore twice. No! No way! Is it an okay farming game? Sure. Is it as good as Stardew Valley or My Time games? Far from it. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Wait, didn't that other guy say that Fae Farm was better than this one? Was that what he said? Sunhaven, yeah, and Fae Farm. I was absolutely in love with this game for the first 10 hours or so, but then I started to realize how much RNG there is. Oh, yeah! They got you. They got you for the first 10 hours. You played 24.7 though. Yeah, it's that first 10 hours. Fish transmutation. Yeah, I throw the rod and then it turns into a fish. Undertale was fun to watch people play, and if you had really good people play it and they got the true endings and stuff, yes, Undertale was extremely fun to watch. But playing it, not so much. I mean, there's no depth to that game. There is, but it's not. You're not playing the game. You're playing the devs' dog and pony show type shit. The circus outside the game. Dreamlight Valley. That's what you guys were talking about. 94%, 91%. Bunch of Disney characters. Get me copyright slammed. Explore a world filled with magic of Disney as you discover rich stories and build the perfect neighborhood alongside Disney and Pixar heroes. And no DreamWorks in this one. That's what I call it, DreamWork Valley. DreamWork! They should release their own. Welcome to Disney Dreamlight Valley. But it's just called, no, it is called Disney Dreamlight Valley. Okay, so it does have Disney in the name. $40. The Storybook Vale bundle, $60. Enchanted Edition, $80. All DLC, $54. It only has 15 Steam achievements. It's a BAFTA nominee games, yeah. Okay. Sure it is. I don't see your Metacritic score here. I wanted to see the fish transmutation tree. Go look Pumpkin Days on Steam. Go look it up. This person had 609.8 hours on record, 582.2 hours at time of review. Got almost 600 hours in this game. Unfortunately, recent changes to the game have left me very bitter, and the amount of grind and money that you try to charge us for it is beyond ridiculous. Here's a quick rundown of what I find great about the game and what needs addressing. The positive stuff that... Okay. I purchased the early access of the game. Once you fully released it, you also added additional additions to it that I cannot purchase because I already own the game. I'm losing out on the additional content, such as the Pegasus Companion, that I cannot even buy separately. Purchasing the extra edition doesn't even extract the base game from it that you already have. You're basically paying for it again. Ooh, yikes. And I see all the white knights over here. I love and enjoyed playing DDV. Addicted, I give it a 10 out of 10. What are these AI fucking bots, dude? I don't think this game is as good as people think. I think it's for the nostalgia. I think it's nostalgia. That's it. Disney lovers. You sicken me. You nostalgia poisoned nerds. Why do they keep showing her clapping? What is that? What? Dang. Hey, girl. I can look like what now? Yeah, bippity boppity boop me. Yeah. What other games? Wait, what other games were we looking at? Hey, Sims 4, who would imagine? Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I was recommended to play this game. Has a 95% overall review. Or 93%, and then a 95% recently. Hello Kitty Island Adventure by Sunblink. No, don't know who that is. Awards. Winner, Apple Arcade Game of the Year. Nominee, Best Mobile Game. Nominee, Mobile Game of the Year and Family Game of the Year, DICE Awards. Winner, 2023 Game of the Year, Pocket Tactics. Winner, 2023 Game of the Year, Shack News. It's almost, it really feels like they just wrote this shit in. Best of 2023 Screen Rant. Best of 2023 The Verge. Best of 2023 NPR. Best of 2023 GameSpot. Is it really that good for 40 bucks? Hold on, there's a deluxe edition. 60 bucks. What do I get? Over 300 unique items or rewards up front. No need to wait. Excuse me. 1 year of legacy clothing, furniture, and other cosmetics yearly from events like Spooky Celebration, Give and Gather Celebration, Luck and Lantern Celebration, Hugs and Hearts Celebration. What is this? Deluxe Edition is an extra $20. But it's DLC? What's it giving me? Oh, it's for the events that you missed. It's FOMO. It's a FOMO DLC. Dang. Didn't this game come out this year, though? I feel like it just came out this year. Yeah, January 30th, 2025. So it's the mobile phone. Oh, I see. This is a port onto the PC. Okay, I get it. So Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That's gonna be a no. Palia. That's it. Palia? You can glide. Can't use a creature to do that. Nintendo will sue you. Live your fantasy dream life. 85% overall. I can fish. And catch sharks. Bring the event and put in a tank at home. Free to play. $45 for the DLC. Founders Pack. 8 different premium outfits to immerse yourself in each of Palia's skills and Honey Bumble Pet. And the Honey Bumble Pet. You also get 4 exclusive courier slots for pets. How many achievements? 52. Play Palia on a separate launcher because I screwed up with Steam. Keep in mind, you can only create one character and you can't restart it unless you create a whole new account. Anyways, I have maybe 30-40 hours into the game and it feels like just a task and labor simulator to me. The story has a neat concept, but it's so... Dang, I've spent more than 1,700 hours, I can see that. And I can honestly say it's one of the most enjoyable, relaxing games I've ever played. What I love most is the freedom to play it at my own pace. There's no time pressure, no fear of missing out, and no penalty for taking a break. Who paid you for this review? And how long did you leave this game open? I want to see your account. Give me your account name and password, please. This person put in 364 hours and now is up to 446, and they thumbs down. A $50 million budget. Team consists of 20 plus employees, which came from big companies like Blizzard, Sony, Epic, Zynga, and Riot. Development started in 2018. It was at least more unfinished than Stardew Valley, a game that only took 4.5 years to make. It took 7 years to make. And was designed by one person who was working as an usher for a cinema. That's true. It was a side project for them. But they had long planned before the 4.5 years of hard work. Originally claimed to be open world MMO RPG focused on the social aspects, which the game is literally anything but that. After the backlash of the false MMO claim, the devs created a condescending blog to tell us what they think MMO means. Devs then released a highly requested feature, pets, which they put behind a paywall. Instead of providing free and paid pets, the devs released another condescending blog stating they would not do that. Over the months, instead of adding more meaningful content or even multiplayer content, they kept releasing useless content that won't have you playing longer than a few more minutes, such as obstacle course, romancing more NPCs, to eventually romance more of those, I'm sure. Crops, cooked food, and quests. Noticing that they're losing many players mainly due to not even considering the MMO RPG fans' wishes, they began trying to push out the game to every platform possible. Now that they're getting negative reviews on Steam, they made a blog stating that they're just early access games simply just to hide behind it. First, I'm going to talk about the MMO part of Palia. Palia is not an MMO. It really isn't. It's not massively multiplayer, objectively. There are 25 players on a server, and there's currently 2 in-game areas, including your plot. That's a small world and a small section of players to interact with. So each server can only hold 25 players. You can't delete, sell, or dismantle workbenches. No FOMO? I don't know. This person, it just absolutely is going in on him. Damn. And then the sell dismantle workbenches on the side here. There are also certain items you simply can't delete, even if you, the player, want to. The game just blocks you from doing so. This is hands down the most frustrating part for me, having things stuck in storage with no way to remove them because the game mechanics drives my OCD absolutely insane. Fix it. Yeah, I can see that. Starting from standard quality tools, the game drastically changes from entertaining and fun to play into a forced, wasted labor system due to the speed of decay of the tools and the need to repair them. Ooh, repairing your tools? Yikes. Big yikes. But that's how they bad time. And now the game is early access, but you can't do that if it's a free-to-play game, as far as I remember. But you also, once the game comes out 1.0, you can't go back to early access because your game isn't finished either, as far as I know for sure. So no matter what, even if they call the game early access elsewhere, they're fucking lying because you sent out your game. So yes, probably saving face. You have limited storage, so the items you can't get rid of clog your shit. Can you pay for more storage? Or is it really just limited? No idea. You're like, I'm not paying any money for this shit. Good idea. Yeah, I don't know. When your name is Singularity 6 Corporation, that sort of tells you the kind of people you're dealing with, though. Never had an interest in this game. So, yeah. Alright. Okay. I can't pay any money for that even if I wanted. Oh. I wasn't trying to put words in your mouth. I was just saying, like, that's sort of how I would feel in that situation. But also, if that's how you felt, then yes, I put the words in your mouth. Nah, I get you. Hey, you said the same thing! Nah, I get you. Anyhow, I think that's it for today. Any new games come out? Echoes of Town. What is this? Oh, sexual content. Is it real sexual content, or is it people just trying to make this game fail? RPG, JRPG, 100%. Only 18 reviews. I don't know. F1, 2025. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. I'm going to go eat some Taco Bell, and I'm just going to enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the music. If it was hit by copyright, you're not going to see any of this. It's going to be gone. But other than that, we will be back tomorrow with something. The Stardew Valley-like event is technically over, but I did say I would go back to Stardew Valley Expanded sort of to finish it off, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do a palate cleanser is what I'm going to call it. We're going to go back to the game I love and just enjoy what's there. Where did we leave off? I don't know. It's been a while, but the sooner I get back to it, the better it'll be. We'll try to get through spring into summer of year 2 for sure. And then we will move through year 2 as June comes to a close and through July. We will be playing Stardew Valley Expanded at least once a week, or in little fragments where I'll do 1, 2, 3 parts at a time, or how many ever I feel like doing, because maybe we'll just play Stardew Valley Expanded for a while if I feel like that's what I want to do. You're welcome, Shar. Yeah, this will also give me time to get back into Guild Wars 2 and see how the game feels, if they fixed any patches and things like that. So, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I need to say. I'm just disappointed that Coral Islands, it does feel like it got rushed. If the devs are passionate and things like that, the things they should definitely focus on isn't new content. It's definitely fixing and crushing those bugs out of existence and getting that polish done and actually have true quality of life. They definitely need to look at the disjointedness of at least keyboard and mouse. And then I don't know why seeds have to be clicked one at a time. I don't know why. I don't know why. Like it's just the game just feels. I'm gonna say hard to play, but that's not exactly it. It just feels like it's there, you know. Like I'm not really playing anything. If that makes sense. I don't know. I really do think the characters should be boosted a little bit in speed with outside the perks. The dash would be more fun if it could be chained a little faster and things like that too. But if your world is so big and stuff, maybe you should balance it around more time. Fields of Mystria, the place is pretty big and it's pretty fast moving, but you can actually hit a lot of the maps if you just focus it. Same thing with Stardew Valley. Now, in Stardew Valley Expanded, the maps are so big that I added extra time. Everything slowed down by about 50%, which gives me about 8 hours of daytime in the game. But like, it's all about the balance and making sure your game is polished. I think going from Fields of Mystria to Coral Island didn't no justice, especially with the writing. So the order of things really does matter. Roots of Pacha to Fields of Mystria, again, Roots of Pacha felt better in a sense, so Fields of Mystria and that kind of stuff, but I really did find that there were strengths in some of these games and big weaknesses in others. But I also felt the same way about a lot of the problems with the games. Not polished, bad UI. This stuff kept popping up over and over. Fields of Mystria is in early access, but it feels like those devs definitely know what they're doing. So if they can just get rid of those little clunky fillings and that kind of stuff in that game, we have a solid Stardew Valley successor. Because I feel the game is different enough by at least 30%. This imitation, if you want to know the score for Stardew Valley, like, is it Stardew Valley-like? Yeah, through and through, and it's pretty much an 8 out of 10 because it just literally copy-paste. But that doesn't make it a better game. That's why I give the score separately than that. Also, I think people feel like I'm harsh on my criticism and stuff, but you got to think, I'm still saying these are good games. They just aren't. I'm going to scrutinize them pretty hard for not having these obvious glaring issues just sitting there. there's no reason this should be sitting there. Just make your game great, and then, you know, 8.5, 9 out of 10, and we can talk about other things. But when you're just adding content on top of content on top of content, it's not going to do anything. Going back to Roots of Pacha, I really do hope I can get back into the swing of things and just enjoy playing the game and stuff like that. There's a lot of downtime when I'm like fishing and stuff in that game, but I don't know. I think I'm just going to keep pace with everything, keep learning the systems and stuff like that. If I was to restart the game, I would definitely set things up much differently. There's a whole southern field we haven't even really chopped through and stuff that I wanted to do. There's so much stuff, but the game moves pretty fast. With the cave system opening up and things, with that stuff too, that's interesting. So I will be very curious to see. Also do want to see if I can get some more achievements, since that is technically a 1.0 game and that kind of thing. How many parts of Roots of Pacha we'll do later this month, I don't know, or at least in July. I don't know, but I'll definitely want to play a lot more of that game too. Fields of Mystria, I think, will come back once it hits 1.0. And we'll probably restart. Because I don't think it's going to hit 1.0 this year, but it really depends. I really like the characters in that game, so I'd love to come back and see where it all leads in the story and that kind of stuff, and what they get done with the game and that kind of stuff, and see the upgrades. The farming, again, was sort of the farm sim side of things is sort of an afterthought, but there was things opening up when we ended that gameplay that sort of wanted me. I wanted to go back and keep playing Fields of Mystria just to see what would happen. But I think it would be better if they do add more polish and stuff to give that game a fair shake in 1.0. Coral Island, Sunhaven, they are in 1.0, so is Kinseed and beyond, right? But like Kinseed's biggest problem is it didn't utilize the Kinseed enough, and the game just doesn't feel polished. UI issues and that kind of stuff because of that, and so therefore it again. So overall scores for everything is fuck Sunhaven, 4.5 out of 10. I think Coral Island would be next, 6.5 out of 10. Not Sunhaven, Kinseed would probably be next there. I think I gave it an 8 out of 10. It has a lot of charm. I really enjoyed the writing in the game and the references and the puns and that kind of stuff. The game, I don't know, really grew on me before I stopped playing. Although the late game and stuff later. I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10 overall. I just feel like it needs so much more polish and things like that, and it would better the story. I need a true Kinseed game where your heritage is sort of, you know, I need the farm to raise kids that then take over the farm, and the family isn't forgotten, and there's mechanics about the generations that came ahead and people dying and that kind of stuff. That would be interesting. I think a game like that wouldn't need a lot of NPCs because you're just picking from a pool, and then as you pull from the town and stuff, new NPCs can arrive in a new pool. That's how that would work. So therefore, you could always find a new wife or husband or whatever to continue your lineage, or you can adopt kids. That also seemed very interesting. That's actually what I did in my second playthrough. I restarted Kinseed just to see if the tutorial was as bad, but I ignored the tutorial and it wasn't as bad the second time around because I knew what to do and how to do stuff quickly, and I just sort of started working on how I would play as an adult, and that was definitely better. So the tutorial is just probably something that's actually making people not find their stride in that game. But anyway, 7.5 out of 10. So we go 4.5 to 6.5 to 7.5, and then we hit Fields of Mystria. The biggest problem with Fields of Mystria is that it's in early access, and I can feel the early access stuff. Definitely could feel the problems surrounding the early access stuff in Fields of Mystria, but it was a fantastic game. Loved the experience. But with that early access stuff needing a bit of polish and stuff because of that, 8.5 out of 10. Really leaning towards 9 out of 10. But then we get to Roots of Pacha, finished game. UI little weird and stuff like that because of probably controller and keyboard. Again, a thing that's plaguing all the other ones still plagues that one. No game-breaking bugs, anything like that. Gameplay overall is pretty good. Mini games, not. I enjoyed the mini games of Roots of Pacha, unlike Coral Island. In fact, I want to get back to fishing. I don't know why that fishing mini game is so addicting to me. It's so simple, but so like, I just don't get it. It's the weirdest way to fish. But anyhow, it works. And that's definitely a 9 out of 10 game. Really highly suggest checking out Fields of Mystria and Roots of Pacha for sure. Kenseed, if you're looking to be a little adventurous and see that system not play out, but it's an interesting idea. I love the folklore stuff around it, so I do recommend that game a bit. But I'm not going to recommend it directly on Steam or anything like that. But for sure, steer clear of Coral Island and Sunhaven until Sunhaven for sure. Just stay away from that game. Coral Island, though, if they can fix this stuff and things like that, or you can stomach the bugs and things like that, feel free. Again, I don't think Coral Island is a bad game. I think it's just a game that it didn't have enough time to cook. And that's sad for me. If you want the best farm sim that I know, that is Stardew Valley. If you've never seen it, it's a $15 game. Definitely check it out. Oh, I didn't really talk about pricing. Coral Island is the most expensive one at $30. Kinseed and Sunhaven were at $25. Roots of Pacha, was that $25? I don't know. Chad spent a lot of money to get this event up and running. I feel like it was a lot cheaper. Yeah, it's $15. So Roots of Pacha is also $15. The soundtrack, it's on discount right now for $15. Oh, offer ends in 19 hours, June 4th, 2025. So you're probably gonna miss out, but it's $25 usually. Roots of Pacha. Let me double check those other games for pricing because I feel like I'm getting jumbled. But I'm pretty sure Kinseed was $25. Yeah, Sunhaven. 25, yeah. Sunhaven, just don't. It's not worth $25. Not even worth $15 in my opinion. They need to go back and they need to fix the end game and those bugs and stop being a cash grab piece of shit. Not gonna mince words there. Roots of Pacha, $25. So 3 of those were $25 games. They do go on sale and stuff that. Fields of Mystria is only $14. Wasn't it something silly like that? Yeah, it's $14 right now. The price may go up in the future as it comes out of early access. They have a roadmap and everything. Oh, they sent out some news. So, roadmap, July, Villagers and Romance, Mines and Dungeon, Town and Renown, Skills and Perks, Customization and Cosmetics, Miscellaneous. Addition of larger storage chests. Updates to storage chest UI. Greenhouses and more. So there's a lot of stuff coming with that game. That game is $14. So Stardew Valley and Fields of Mystria, if Fields of Mystria stays that cheap, those are 2 very low entry games to get into and spend thousands of hours in. If not hundreds. I can see it. Sunhaven is a disappointment, yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Sunhaven has a lot of interesting things like different races and that kind of stuff. But again, just the fact that I don't know where those assets came from and that kind of stuff, it starts to eat at you a bit. But at the same time, the inconsistency in the art you start to see and the story and that kind of stuff, you're just like, what's going on here? But if you did not get into the late game, like into winter of Sunhaven, I don't know what's wrong with that game, but it did not work no more. So, yeah. Combat was fun, yeah. The combat was good. The magic was good. Okay, I will tell you this. The combat actually in the late game, if you've never got there in the late game of the combat, crossbow was everything. The magic ended up being meh. And I had more magic attack power than attack for my crossbow. It's just the abilities with the crossbow are crazy. So, the other thing in Fields of Mystery, we never got to the magic, and I think you could probably upgrade the magic and stuff. I don't know. But we also, you know, didn't romance anybody and that kind of stuff. Kinseed, we went the full gamut. We got married. We did the Kinseed. We did all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to think. Roots of Pacha, relationships moving really slow. We're trying to romance the leader's daughter, of course, because she's going to inherit the tribe. So we need to make sure to make her move now. Get in there. Get some strong-willed children. And make sure the Cloud Pink Puff is doing all right. Crossbow was OP. Yeah. Also, like, I abused, but I'll be honest, I exploited stuff to get a lot of those achievements and stuff done for combat because just bugs. Just bugs. The magic and mystery has more utility? Yeah. Well, we got one where they're like, just grow your crops automatically. And I was like, excuse me? Much more limited. But who knows what the future holds? Who knows what the future holds? But yeah, overall, I really enjoyed this event until Coral Island. Because seeing Sunhaven, then moving to these other games, you can still really see when games are loved and they're being worked on and that kind of stuff. We had the game dev of Kinseed come into chat. So, 8 out of 10. Yeah, I'll give that one an 8 out of 10 because he came into chat. I think that's really cool when devs are putting themselves out there for criticism and things like that directly. It's a dangerous road. But I really enjoyed that. Really fun event. And I think a lot of people watching and that kind of stuff will find it fun and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm sorry about Coral Island. If you really love Coral Island, you're just having a better experience than I am. I would rather just go back and play Stardew Valley, in all honesty. Although I do like the 3D look and stuff, I just want a different game. I don't want a rehashing of the story of Stardew Valley and then into new story that isn't Stardew Valley. I don't need it to imitate that closely. I thought it would be funny, like in a way, but it just, again, the game takes itself very seriously and the writing it's just rough for me. So, the last year or two, just writing in video games, the bloat and that kind of stuff. I mean, even more than that, since I've been on YouTube, it has been just like never ending. Never freaking ending sometimes with that. So, yeah. But again, out of all 5 games, we will be returning to Roots of Pacha. But we'll get some Stardew Valley expanded in first. 52 episodes, parts of Stardew Valley are coming out. Stardew Valley expanded are coming out this year. Roots of Pacha already has 5 if you want to catch up on those. It has its own playlist. But yeah. Yeah. But I think that's it. That's all I really want to talk about before we call it good here. We'll be getting to another game that this was reminding me of when we started diving and stuff. Dave the Diver. I want to go back and get a full playthrough of that, or at least a good chunk of that. That was suggested last year, and I played it like for 2 parts, 3 parts maybe. I'll have to go back and find the playlist. But Dave the Diver will return. We'll play through that. There wasn't a lot of interest around it the first time. If there's not a lot of interest around it this time, then I will play it off stream. Again, I want to play things people enjoy watching as well. But Dave the Diver is very interactive and things. And there's been a lot of hot fixes and more content added and that kind of stuff. Tomorrow, I'm looking at what's over here. We might do Slay the Spire. I have a goal I want to do in Slay the Spire. Someone's like, you need to go back and play it again. Okay, I'll go back and play it again. I say somebody, but it was a buddy of mine who really loves Slay the Spire. He's done Ascended 20 on all the characters and whatever the hell that means, and he just really loves the game. Slay the Spire 2 is coming out, or has come out, or whatever. It's happening this year or something. So a lot of people are doing like this mastery challenge and things like that, I guess, out there on Twitch. But he was like, yeah, go back and do it. Card roguelites, I don't know, but Slay the Spire did have some interesting things. We'll see. Sometimes when I go back to games like that, I find a new stride, like I did with Balatro. I don't know. I don't think we'll play Balatro then. Again, Balatro is a better game when you stop playing it for a while, then come back to it. You also have to have a specific mindset, it seems, when you go to it. But I got a lot of achievements and stuff on Balatro when I gave it another shot and things. But I still haven't been able to do the things I want to do in that game, too. Maybe if we conquer Slay the Spire, I'll go back to Balatro and see if we can get a setup to beat the other stuff I want to beat. Maybe. We'll see. But, is there anything else? I don't think so. So, Slay the Spire tomorrow. That sounds good with everybody. If you've never seen that game, I'll explain things tomorrow. We'll play that until I don't want to play it. But yeah, Coral Island today, I couldn't do it. I can't see me doing even a third part with that game. Because I just fear that I'll get caught up enough that I will keep playing it and not enjoying it. I don't want to sit there and do what I did with Sunhaven. I'm sitting there just grinding stuff out to get achievements and see what happens next, and then nothing's happening. Like, that was the other thing with Sunhaven. Just because the seasons move, it doesn't mean anything else was moving. There was no new enemies on the farm and stuff. It was so weird. It was just like the content sort of just disappeared. Just weird. And I didn't want to go through that again. While I don't think that was going to happen with Coral Island, I just don't know if I was going to be able to move things along with the town and stuff, not enjoying like the bug catching and things like that. That's a lot to not enjoy, to keep moving things along. And I wasn't even going to do that off a stream. There's other better things to play on my computer. So, or, you know, plan for. What do we got? I got Beloved Rapture. Finally, it was on sale, and I quickly grabbed it. I was going to pay full price for it, but with it being on sale, I went ahead and got that. That's an RPG if you want to check that on Steam. It just looked interesting to me. We'll see what that's like. It's made, I believe it does have an RPG Maker engine behind it, but again, I want to see what that game is like just as an indie title and that kind of thing for RPGs this year. I want to get back to RPGs, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Dave the Diver is almost a Stardew Valley-like, if you really think about it. You're just always just going into the mines. Is all games Stardew Valley-like? Let's not do that. Any mods looking in chat, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thanks for the conversation and stuff like that. Thank you for helping me out. We did give 10 memberships today. Hit the like button, subscribe, that kind of stuff. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, closing in on 900. So I really appreciate the support. The slowest growing thing on my channel is subscribers. It is by far the slowest thing. It's like my one goal, and it's like you're gonna have to earn this somehow. But like all the other numbers, we've again broken records and stuff this year, even without Tears of the Kingdom and things like that, all thanks to people just enjoying the content, I hope, or using me as background noise, whatever it is. But anyways, again, thank you. Let's go. As always, I leave you with this. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. Make it great. If you're going to bed, sleep well, get that rest. You will need it. Trust me. If I don't see you for the rest of this week, I guess we're doing other things. We're doing, are we going to have a Saturday show? Ooh, that's a good question. We might still have a Saturday show. I did schedule it, and we had 22 shows scheduled for this month. So, for certainty, yeah, we might have that. +1 sub then? Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. See you later, Shar. I don't know. We'll see. Just stay tuned, okay? Just keep checking back. Stardew Valley expanded next week, for sure. Maybe even this weekend. Starting on Friday. Maybe Saturday. I don't know. I'll think about it. We might do Stardew Valley expanded Friday and Saturday. We do Slay the Spire tomorrow, and then we'll do Stardew Valley expanded next week with the change of schedule. Just because Stardew Valley expanded. Stardew. I mean, right? And then Guild Wars 2 will come back Not next week, but the following week on Monday and Tuesday, we will do the final Janther Wilds review, sort of talk about the game, the expansion as a whole, and that kind of stuff. Part 12 will be the end, and then we will never play Janther Wilds again. No, it just will be the end of that playlist. Then we'll do Dragon Bash on that Tuesday, and then we'll be moving on to other things. And if I do Slave Spire now, it will open up 3 consecutive days for something. So I'm going to change the schedule a little bit. And then, yeah, a little bit of change of content. I think it'll be good for us. That's it. I'm done. I'm going to go eat my Taco Bell. That's probably really freaking... I'll microwave it a little bit. You can microwave Taco Bell, right? That's a thing you can do. Oh, I got my chicken quesadilla with nacho fries and extra sauce. If you've not done that, boy, do I suggest doing it unless your Taco Bell really hates you. All right, I'm out of here. Bye.